this music chill? Sounds a little, like very slightly ominous. I don't think this is chill. We don't want to start with this. Should we switch back to the happy station? Okay. Anyway, hi, it's me. I'm Scott. I didn't get all the things. I moved the broom. I closed the door. I changed the words. Paused backblaze on this computer. The battery's dead on that computer, so probably did all the things. Okay. We've been working on this thing, so this will be a week that we worked on it, and it's actually pretty close in some ways to being like a functional thing that you could put on a phone and use. That doesn't mean it's good, and it doesn't mean we want to stop working on it. I anticipate that we want to spend at least one more week on it. In fact, that would be kind of a good limit. Like, we've almost finished our like revamp, just to say like, okay, get this thing working, get it going, and have a good feel better about it. Even though there's certainly still some under the hood things that are not great, but also not that important. Like, they're just kind of architectural or structural things that I would do differently now, but they're not really functional and they shouldn't affect performance and things like that. So, you know, maybe we'll bite off some of those things just for kicks, but it's not necessary. Look at this, first try wallpaper, pretty good. So let's open Unity and just look at where we are. There is one thing I want to fix / clean up today, maybe. Well, okay, let's look at it because there's going to be a few things, and we'll just have to decide what to bite off. That Google Pixel phone is supposed to be coming today, but probably not before the stream is over, so probably won't be able to test that, but that's okay. So I did kind of want to get rid of dependencies that we didn't need in a few places. So that'll be annoying. I mean, I almost want to say next week. Yeah, gosh, maybe a week isn't enough. Or maybe some of these are closer than I think. I mean, just thinking about these, let's just take a look at them. So there's like 3 things today that are just broken, and I want to fix those things that are just straight up broken, right? And then we can look at what where we want to improve things. So let's just go back to the app and look at the 3 things that are kind of just categorically busted. So the things that are busted are, 1, on drop, the bottom bounds are wrong. So that's a thing we certainly want to fix today. Roll, this scaling is wrong, which is a bit of a bummer because I deleted. Maybe we just bring it back. Maybe I wrote that. So I wanted to get rid of third-party things, but maybe I think I maybe wrote that thing. Like the flexible spacing thing kind of looked like something I'd written and had weird comment out of stuff. So maybe that comes back to life and we do use that, because that's a problem here. The same problem is on fade, but I think that's actually just because we turned off the horizontal spacing guy. But there's weird interplay here between this aspect ratio thing and then what's going on with the horizontal thing. So I think that's a thing we want to address today. Line seems okay-ish. I mean, it has UX issues, but it's not broken. Gate is pretty cool, I think. Ring, I think, does its job. And fall, I think we got more or less functional yesterday. Okay, so that means the straight up broken things. Were there only 2 straight up broken things? Drop. There's 3 straight up broken things. Drop hitting the bottom, roll having the scaling wrong, and fade having the scaling wrong, but that's like related to a deeper problem, I think. So I want to look at that and just think about how to solve it. And I know I started the stream like 5 minutes ago, but I already have to pee. So I'll be right back. Hello, friends. It's me again, the person who was here 2 minutes ago. Okay, so which one do we want to fix first? If we just use the thing that I got rid of, roll probably fixes itself. Which is actually weird now that I think about it. Like if we... Like... So... That changes the spacing of these things, but not the scale of them? Which is not really what we want. Like, that's kind of not right. So that means, like, when we're here, and we've scaled this down, just because we did this thing, which, you know, I'm not totally sold on. Okay, no. So that doesn't change the spacing, but that's only because of the way the grid works. So this one, it doesn't scale. Doing this essentially just crops this. Which is not what I want. I want the, yeah, okay. So this is actually a little unfortunate. And this is a problem with these nested canvases and the way the scaling works on these nested canvases is the overall scaling is happening. So that's happening and it's great, great work. But since these are like down in that hierarchy, they're being told to scale in a different way. And it's like, yeah, trying to decide if this is actually bad or if it's just annoying. I think it's actually bad because I think it ends up breaking this. I mean, in more ways than one. Like, you saw that didn't fire until it was clearly past where it should have been to fire. But if I didn't have this scaling, then that would happen at the moment that it should. So we're paying a cost to have this happen. There are other ways we could do that. But they're pretty annoying. Try to decide if they're so annoying that they're just not even worth pursuing. I mean, we do actually already have another problem if we cared about that safe zone thing, but maybe we don't, and we just leave the tops and bottoms open. So the real easy answer to this, which I'm not, I think I like this look. I think I like this little inset window. I think it's kind of cool, the little floating thing. Maybe these buttons float too. But it definitely comes at a cost. So if we did this, it would be fixed. But yeah, that's tricky. Because we essentially want to scale what's only in those canvases, but it seems that nested canvases don't scale the way we would hope that they would. So how would we deal with that? One way to deal with it is to do the thing I was thinking of doing and make all of these their own canvas, and then do some kind of magic to figure out where the contents of those canvases lie. It is really a bit tricky, because we really would want to maintain squareness here. And a lot of these guys are not set up to do that. They're designed to just stretch out, whatever. So we have three options. Either we leave it like it is, where these are just prefabs, and it works. We just can't do the cool little inset thing without some other kind of strategy. Like, we need some other idea of how to do it. It may be that we write our own scaler. Would be one possibility. Like, this would be a ridiculous way to do it, but you could kind of imagine if this was, say this was 2160, then the scaling, I think this doesn't actually work. I think. Let's see. It actually does work. Which is a bit... But I guess all of these are set to be... They're just straight up set to be 20, 2K. Although I'm a little confused by that. So why isn't it stretching, though? The whole interface stretches, but content does not. So vertical layout group is determining your... Oh, because I've said it right here. So that's... a weird way to do this. But it may be, of the other answers I was going to propose, it's probably the easiest. So the second answer would be make all of these canvases, and then when we load them, we just have to figure out how to like manually position and combine multiple separate canvases doing their own thing, which would potentially be a bit annoying. Or we make them scenes that load in additively with their own camera, and we have like some kind of camera rect and we figure out how to display it, which would also be annoying. So this is kind of cool, actually, if it works, possibly. I mean, if this works, it instantly fixes this problem. It like kind of mostly fixes this problem. It actually doesn't totally fix everything I want to fix, but it might fix it enough. It does not fix this problem, but that's fine. I should have known better for this problem anyway. It's my own dang fault. So, and the part of that's the most whatever, it's fine. But it's just funny that specific problem is a problem I had solved, and then when I looked at the code, I was like, well, why did I do that? And that's just, so here's the thing I know, but here's just a reminder to myself that
Don't cry.
it's real easy to roll in and look at code and be like, this person didn't know what they were doing. Or like, that was dumb. Why would they do this like that? It could clearly be easier. It's very easy to do that, and that's very common when people join a project to be like, you know, a little jerky about that kind of thing. And I definitely used to be a lot like that. And I did it to myself. And I was like, well, why did I calculate the bottom bounds like that? That's dumb. But there was clearly a reason to do that. And now I've broken things and have to unbreak them. But I will say the way that I was doing it, I think was not great. I was like passing something through multiple layers of nonsense, which was not really necessary. Either the thing that I need to know, which is I think on the droplets themselves. You know what? Okay. I had a thought that would be good for performance, but it's not like performance is a problem. So we have these toggly boys. Yeah, there's all these things that we could consolidate. The like cycling of buttons and then doing something with the button cycle. It's the way we are doing it is a bit silly. So yeah, it's the droplet itself that it's not. Oh wait, droplet itself. This figuring out like where you start, which is just wherever you start, right? That's easy enough. Because we already set that somewhere, I presume. So probably the dropper, when we start, we have like, we're instantiating it. Yeah, we figure out. That's funny. Oh, I guess this works. That's interesting. So is this transform position kind of agnostic of what all the rectangle transforms? I guess so. Anyway, so the droplet, we know where it starts, we just have to know where it ends. So we essentially need the bottom bounds of the whatever the canvas is, which in this case really is the bottom. So it works when we're here, but it doesn't work on that main screen. So we have a couple options for that. And it's actually, why do I do this? So when we create a droplet, we set its position, which is the same thing as its start position. And we could set its in position there because we know that's not going to change. So both of those things could actually be set. I get it. It kind of makes sense to do this, but So what is the dropper? Does the dropper know anything? Yeah, it's kind of lame that I got rid of that, but so the dropper knows about its parent, and its parent has a rect that matters. Like, it should know about the rect. So we were figuring out like the bottom left, whatever, but really we just need to figure out the position of the bottom of the parent rect of the dropper, for example. And then the dropper can pass it into the droplet. So let's just see if we can figure out how we were doing that before. Probably in here. Screen world bottom left. So what we were doing is we were getting the rect transform. We were figuring out, you know, we don't really care about this. We need to know the rect transform, so it's a little annoying, but I think we can just get that from the parent and in the dropper. Because we don't have like some main manager class here, really. We have the background, which creates and destroys the droplet container. So like really, this background really is the drop manager. Are we still in Vim land? Am I going to try to do this today? Forgot that we installed the Vim thing. I don't know. Although that's going to probably break the prefab, right? So we have a drop manager, and then we have individual droppers, and then we have droplets, right? And our only prefab, in this case, we actually do use prefabs because they're not just nested. So who knows about what? Drop manager doesn't really know anything. It knows the droplet container. It knows about drops getting created. And then where to put it. And it knows to put it in the container. We create the droplet and we start the grow. So either we need a way to say, hey, whatever. I don't know exactly what to call this. It's just like we want to know what the bottom bounds are. Or what, you know, whatever we call this. But it's basically going to be do we already know the rect transform? Yeah, we already care about it for some reason. Because we need to do this. So we already know it. And it's really just this. And we really only care about the Y. So that's kind of weird one. Telesense? No? Trying to get used to my Vimness here. But why do we have no IntelliSense here? We just out of date. No packages out of date. That would be the... I don't know where that comes from, actually. I don't know if it comes from here or if it comes from the Unity side of things. Not project settings, preferences. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally make there be 2 drop managers? Yes, because we had this background I was editing. I don't know. Sometimes Unity just doesn't work. Anyway, whatever we were doing was... whatever. And then it was in here. Is that not? Did I not copy you? Copy you. I don't need that. I need this. Or was it more complicated? No. Why is my paste buffer wrong? That's weird. And my indenting not working? No? I don't know. I don't know about this Visual Studio of them. Maybe we'll get used to it, maybe not. Anyway, so get the world corners. And... because really, is droplet container? No. It is this rect. It's the same. So that's the bottom. So we don't have a, like, we don't know about this thing in the droplet, and I don't think it's really worth making this into a singleton. So either we have a reference up or we have to pass this down. Like, we already are telling it about the droplet container, so something like this. And then in the droplet container, sorry, in the droplet, then we have a float. Sorry, a dropper. And so we just set that. This should maybe be properties instead. Like, in fact, both of these really... Those don't need to be in the inspector. We could hide an inspector, but whatever. I know I'm gonna get to refactor here. And then when we instantiate one of these guys, we just need to say current droplet in whatever it's called. Okay, let's try not to use the mouse. How do you think you change between... Nope. I've collapsed every possible thing. Very good. I just offhand don't know the keyboard shortcut to switch tabs up here. It's not what I would expect it to be. Use code, change tabs, shortcut. Control tab cycles through tabs in order most recently used. Web browser cycle through visible order. Control tab. Control page down, page up. Okay. Okay, that's okay, but I do have to reach over to control and then control tab is not super comfortable. There's probably actually a Vim shortcut for switching buffers. Anyway, so droplets know about this. They have a start and end position. And there's no reason, like we can pass these in. Why did that highlight? If I want to just highlight two of these, I can't actually remember how to do that. Like my control D, if we did this and we highlighted this and hit control D, it doesn't do the thing, which is unfortunate. Yeah, there's some things we'd have to relearn. Like, if I was going to do this and then hit control D, that would normally highlight the next one, which is actually one of my favorite features. So there's got to be a Vim way to do that. Like highlight the next. Highlight find next. Highlight all occurrences of what is under the cursor. What about only the next? Probably a thing I knew at one point. Find highlight multiple instances. Okay, next instance. Find next instance. I don't know if this will highlight it too, though. So if I am here and I highlight this and I do star, that's not what I want. Maybe it's slash star. No. And then cheat sheet. Did that lie to me? Find the next instance of the current word. Oh, is it just in? Slash in? I definitely used to know how to do this. Them next instance of current word. What happens when you don't use Vim for a few years? Put a cursor on a word. Okay, it's just jumping to that instance, but I want to highlight the next instance. That was embarrassing. Switch to a real search engine. Okay. So there's not a native way to do that. That's too bad because that's probably one of my favorite. That was like my favorite Sublime text feature and is one of my favorite Visual Studio features. Okay, whatever. Okay. Normally, you'll search word once change. Apply the change to the next word. Is that true? Or do I have to do something fancy? I was the wrong one anyway. So how did this person do this? Const, and then they went down. Okay, that's true. So if you're telling me, I just have to do this. Public. What? In Vim, selecting and editing is one step. This can be done with the gin text object. I don't know what that means. Normally you would search for a word you want to change. Okay, what do you actually? /var cgin C. Okay, I hit C and it went away. Is it just because I accidentally hit? Okay. I don't really understand the CGN. I go here, hit C, G, N. Now I have to highlight first. C, public. Okay. We just can't make a mistake. I don't know. Don't love it. Okay, anyway, so the start time, these don't need to come from anywhere. These guys now can just come from those can both be set. So we'll just set them both. What did we decide? Page up. So now we should be able to set the I don't know if I'm gonna get used to this. Stop position equals whatever it's called, container bottom. And actually it's is that a vector 2 or vector 3? Or to vector 3. So we just want to say actually that we keep the create position.x, container bottom becomes the y, and then create position.z, something like that. I don't really know if I did that correctly. Am I getting used to this? I don't know. Actually, the lack of the command D is a real bummer because I think that VI version of that is not. I use the command D to like change like sets of things all the time. And so not being able to do that's kind of a bummer. Okay, how bad did we break this? Seems wrong. It's because we need to subtract. Oh. Okay, it's not as simple as I thought actually, because there is one other thing that is a factor here, which is the bounds of the dude at whatever size it is. So that being the case, let's just do this. And have this be yeah, this is just the container bottom. We'll just pass it all the way through. That's basically what we were doing before. Can imagine other ways to do it, but you know, this is a case where it's like, that's a thing that's true forever, and it's always like if we did want to make our drop manager a singleton, which we have in other places, then you could just access it. And you could almost see, you can make it a singleton and then just maintain that instance, even if you didn't talk to it like a singleton, and just make that a static. And you just would reference it as a static field or static property, but whatever. I think this will do the job. Okay, so now if we go back to, oh yeah, I do want to fix all those warnings actually, but we go back to the main scene. That should hopefully fix our drop problem. The particles are emitting outside, and that is actually an interesting problem because shoot. I don't have a great solution for that. That's kind of funny. And the obvious solution for that is it doesn't actually feel very good. So the reason for that is the particles in the droplets are not, the droplets probably could be, but the particles in the droplets currently are, those are sprites. Those don't live in the canvas. And our masking is based on the canvas. So a few options here. And none of them are great. Like the really obvious simple option would just be like, emit them as a hemisphere and emit them at the pop point. So rather than it exploding out, it would just hit a point and then there'd be a little hemisphere that came up. And that would probably look fine. It would probably look okay. Not crazy about it though. I like the pop going outwards. It's just that. So that's one option. Another option is maybe like physics. Like have a collider there that they bounce off, which starts to feel even crazier. The thing that I kind of am leaning towards, sort of, is. So I'm feeling a temptation to pull the drops into canvas land since everything else is canvas land, and I'm sure we could figure it out. Like, I'm sure there's a reason I did this, and maybe it was related just to the particles, but I don't really see a reason that the drops couldn't be. The drops themselves, that the drops themselves couldn't live in canvas land. That feels like not a problem. And then the particles. The thing about the particles is they are cute. And the other thing about the particles is they don't really fit in with the whole look of everything. Like, they don't super fit, I'm a bit torn on that. Anyway, so like we could cut the particles and redesign them to be more spritey, like more like deliberate, maybe even like a sprite animation. But that gets so weird with our new world where everything's vectory. I don't know. Like I kind of, okay, let's just look at dribble. I'm sure there's people with a million poppy bubbles. Because it's very, there's like a certain kind of like UI animation thing that's in style now. What's your problem? I don't believe you. Well, I just got rate limited for some dumb reason on Dribbble, so I'm not gonna log in. It wasn't letting me log in. So let's just ignore that and say bubble pop. Because I mean, this is it's like so stylish in UI design, like little poppy logos, like that. Oh, I'm actually shocked to not see more examples of what I'm thinking of. that, you know, that's not even that great. That one's not a very good one. I'm sort of shocked to not see, maybe I'm just not searching for the right thing. There's just a thing that's very in vogue right now of like little poppy swirly logos with certain kinds of little animations and things, but I'm sure they exist on Dribbble. I'm just not, apparently just not searching for the right thing. I said animation. They're not very good. I mean, that one's very consistent. Like it's so, you know, I guess my point is you could it's really easy to imagine a more deliberate burst that's not particle based. It's almost like this, like little lines come out, something like that. We probably wouldn't animate the lines like that. It would probably be more like just we have a spritey little bubble burst and that thing just scales up, and maybe there's 2 layers of it if we want to be really fancy. But so those lines do extend out. Like we don't want to get real MoGraphy with this, especially with our vector approach to things. I think we want to keep it real simple. Okay, but like this something in this realm. This is kind of what I was thinking of like, yeah, you got some stuff going on. And even just 2 rings of polka dots that scaled at different rates, I think would do the job, and would be a little more deliberately designed. Like maybe there's, we're never gonna see it. Which color is it? That green one. Even the green one and the blue ones kind of have a. There's like 2 rings that sort of scale up that are interlaced like this a little bit, and they just scale at different rates, and I think that would do the job. So that would be part of redesign, not bug fixing. So I think we will say that this is okay, but as part of our redesign, we just want to ditch the non-canvas stuff. And maybe, I mean, now that I say that, like maybe it's the time to do that, because everything else fits. Things are not the right color. Like our palettes aren't quite consistent. That's a wild color, but kind of into it. Our palettes aren't totally consistent. I think I mean, that color, that's my more conventional palette, but I must have done something to this one, some filtering on it or something. So that's not what it needs to do. What's the right button? So that's the color you're supposed to be. But if you were this color, look at that color. Oh, it's wild. Swatch. This color. And this color. And then really this should just be a darker version of this color. Like 75% of that. But then that means when we go into something like fade, which I do want to restructure the way most of these work, but that means this becomes this. I think I'm into it. I might not be, but I think I am. Is it too much? Like in most other cases, it wouldn't be like painfully noticeable because most of the other places are line art. But what happened? Did I not save that? Oh, I didn't. This didn't apply to prefab. I forgot about prefabs. I forgot for a moment that prefabs exist. Which, why did I even come to this scene? Okay, so well, it's pretty wild, but I think I like it. I think I'm into it. We'll see. We'll see how stuff like that looks on the phone. So, what is the thing that is annoying me most right now? One is the aspect ratio fitter that's used on Fade. I just want to get rid of it because I feel like there's a simpler way to do that. There's absolutely a simpler way to do that, but part of the... So what happens right now is as I slide this up and down, I get that as a percentage, and then I like figure out this aspect ratio. There's this aspect ratio fitter that I didn't write that I don't really like the look of, and I just kind of want it out of there. And stuff just doesn't work quite properly. So if I turn this on, now it's going to be broken, right? Like it's not going to... Yeah, the ordering... Like nesting all this Unity layout stuff just does not always work the way you want it to. And I feel like that aspect ratio fitter is partially to blame for that, but there's way easier ways to do this. Like one real easy way to do this is just say you've got big bars on the top and bottom that extend off into infinity, and as you drag them up, they just scale up and down. But now part of that's going to depend on what our design strategy is here. Like, I don't think I want these big thick bars because I don't think that really matches anything else. So I think that can go. I think. And then the other thing is what depends. So if we do that, like what do these look like then? Are they like individual strokes? And then if so, when we move this up and down, what do we want those strokes to do? I could imagine like really fancy ways to be about that, but we're not getting really fancy in most places here. And it'd be a fair amount of work to pull off the effect I have in mind. I don't really know that I think it's worth it. So the particle bursts are, I think, the thing I don't like the most right now. Or because they actively seem broken. It seems broken that they work the way they work. I mean, they're gonna be okay here. So, like, we could swap that, and that's pretty easy. But the question is, we have several questions. One of the questions is, oh gosh, we don't use any animation in this, do we? Yeah, I just have very different strategies how I do stuff now. Like, I would want animation because I would want to be able to scrub it without having to hit play and like see what the animation is. I guess we don't have a lot of cases where that matters here, but that's if I was going to do a little 2-layer spritey guy. Yeah, so the really simple thing I'm proposing is you have two rings of dots that like interlock with each other, and they just scale up at two different sizes. Now the thing about that is then you can scale them, but to like reveal them or actually make them go away, more importantly, you have to just fade them out because you wouldn't be able to scale those individually. And one nice thing that's happening here is these are not fading out, they're scaling out. And so to do the scale out thing is a little more annoying because suddenly you have to care you have to care. You've got a whole bunch of polka dots and they all need to scale individually. And that's, X number of polka dots per thing. And so you kind of got to build a little system to do that. And which would not take that long to build. In fact, I don't know exactly what I want to do. I don't want to do the thing we're currently doing. Of that, I am pretty sure. So that's down to, there's either two layers that just kind of scale and fade out, which I don't think it wouldn't look as nice. It'd be the simple way to do things, but it would not look as nice. Or we build this system where we have like, whatever there are, 16 or 32, say there's 32 dots, and then they scale individually and they just know how to do that. And it's not that big of a deal. And it happens over 2 seconds or whatever, and it's not that complicated, and it's a simple little effect, and it's a script that runs it all. And I think that's what we want to do. And so let's just build that in isolation first. Just like build this little effect, and it's not as cool. You could imagine a million ways to do this with like little lines that come out and then scale, like a lot of the dribbler examples. But I want to keep everything. One, in our same like authoring strategy of just making these sprites and using the sprites, both for like the pipeline, not that we have a complicated pipeline, but just so everything works in the same way. But also, if everything works in the same way and is built in the same way, it will kind of look a little more like it is from a consistent, if it's built the same way, it will work the same way and be more cohesive because of that, to a certain extent. Whereas if we kind of just built it willy-nilly, kind of like the particles are now, where it's like it uses an entirely different system. So that's why those particles just don't look like they fit in really, because they don't. It is a like fundamentally different strategy for how things are drawn. So if this was just like a 32 pixel dot, really, and that was our particle, and really inside this it's like a 16 pixel ellipse. And again, this is so not the fancy way to be, but I just want to, part of this is like, I want to get this project done, but also if we make one little element fancy, then it's just not going to be very cohesive, I feel. But I kind of like the idea of what I'm about to say, and it seems like not a horrible way to build this effect. The question then becomes like, do we build this? There's two ways to do it, right? There's either do it as an animation, or there's write a little script to do it. And then, you have to write, it's like code. You got to run it and then stop it and then run it and then stop it. And does it work? Does it not? Whereas if you do it as an animation, even though it's like a little more clunky to set up, you can see it and scrub through it and you just know you get what you want, but then there's no parametric control over it. So it is a little bit imperfect either way. And I think what we're going to do is a combo of the two things I just described. I kind of actually feel like that's not big enough. 24? And you, of course, are not going to go where you're supposed to. What? What's wrong with you? Who knows? Okay. Well, that was all wrong. And that's annoying. It reverted back to PNG. For reasons that one might describe as cool. I gotta go see the cherry blossoms today, right? They're gonna be gone. Like this afternoon. Cherry blossom stroll. Okay, so now we will have a drop particle. And this is gonna be 128. And this is gonna be, I think I know how I wanna do this. This is gonna be this. This is gonna be UI. Okay, now that is slightly up for debate, actually. Yeah, I do, because I want the masking to work. It's gonna be a little annoying. Like animating like stuff like this in UI, it's not great. But we'll give it a shot because I have a thing in my head of how to do this, and we'll just see if that actually bears out. So that seems huge. Why does it seem so huge? Because that's not the right size. So it's that big, and that actually seems correct-ish, right? And then this is the color now. So here's the way I'm thinking of doing this. And it might just be silly, but it might be a good idea. So who can say? But we're going to try it. So what we're going to try is yeah, there's just so many ways to do this. I'm trending towards, and I don't know that I would say this is the right thing I'm trending towards. Drop particle burst, whatever. Anything that keeps me from having to hit run and stop and hit run and stop and hit run and stop is good. So yeah, this is where this gets weird. Because we'll want a scale and we'll want a anchored position. And this is going to be relative to something. So over the course of 1 second at this point, we want to go to 0 size, right? And then we want to offset some amount of what we think. And I guess we'll do it in Y. Okay, but our size, that's funny because that's literally a pixel. So if this was 16, which is not enough, 64. Is that from a corner? See how it like, is that my imagination? No, okay, I think it's right. So now when we hit play here, it's very slow. And so we would want this to happen way faster and then really probably cover more ground. Like 32-ish, like a really fast little. Why does it feel like it? Okay, you're supposed to be 0. That's my problem. And you're supposed to be 64. And really, let's just say 128. And so this is the part where it's definitely not the greatest, like the sort of attempted parameterizing of some of these things. But they should scale and whatnot. So if we can get one of these. Okay, so we have this happening. And then we can say that we want that to really happen real freaking fast. Probably less freaking fast than that, but... So what we would then do, and I don't know. We'd have like a particle arm, I sometimes call these. That would be... Why did that not... Okay. And the size of this doesn't matter. It's just a container for this guy. And so then this guy can have an offset within the parent. And so if we offset that inside here by 128, this animation should still play as expected. Oh no. Oh, well, okay. I think we need one more layer of hierarchy if we do it this particular way. Because this is not a local... That's not a local... It's not a relative position. I'm not sure if we can make it be that. So this would be like the particles chart. And I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking through this. I'm not entirely sure that I want to do this way. Particle arm. So this is just to give it an offset, and then this is where we'd have whatever, an offset there, and then now inside this guy we can do that, and then particle ring. And the idea is, and I use this kind of all the time, this general approach at least, is now yeah, actually let me do both of these. Probably not. That's lame. I guess I would need a timeline to do that. Even though these have the same animator controller, that's too bad. So I can do one at a time, but selecting both does not let me do both. Anyway, well, that kind of defeats... That's a little lame. So it seems like I'd have to have a timeline. I don't think I want a million timelines. So do we do this all code? So, I mean, to take this the rest of the way is not very hard. You would then do like a 90 and a 270. 270. And now you have this configuration. And if you want another one, now you have one of these and you rotate it 45. But maybe this one's scaled up slightly or scaled down slightly. Or, you know, whatever. Wait, where did you go? Oh, just, that's weird. So then you would have, so then you get a little burst like that. And I think that's better than just the scaling. You know, we could have done this in the way where those static images that just scaled up and we faded them. But it just has a little more life to it to do it this way. And you could continue. So instead of 45, this could be 22.5. And it could be 0.75, 0.75, 0.75. These are going to be weird now because their timing is going to be wrong. But ignoring that for a moment. And then this could go the opposite way. We got a nice little spiral there accidentally. But, so that's a way to do this. And what I was saying is, typically, I've been moving towards preferring to do stuff like that with the timeline, but in this case, I don't think I like it. So what I could do is put the animation on the particle ring and then animate all those individually. And that would be okay, and it wouldn't be too much of a hassle, really. because it would just be the same number in all of them. Or we just write code to do it because it's not complicated. So let's try it. So even instead of this, you would just have more of these guys. I don't know, man. So really, okay, as far as like keeping the project consistent and saying like, this is how we do certain things in this project, if you look at it from that perspective, then the way to do it is like this, like you know, whatever we call this. You have one of these and you say and then you make it kind of parametric. And you could set up yeah, it's just there's like animation stuff like this that I just do not like to do. In this way. Why? What happened here? That's weird. How come adding a child freaked out the scale there for a minute? So this would mean that we want an no. That should be namespace to drop. Anyway, the thing I was saying is like our convention on this project, even though I don't necessarily like it right now, is like we handle animation with iTween. Like that's how it's done everywhere else. Every other thing. There's no animation clips. There's not even that much procedural animation that we wrote. There's just iTween. And so I wish there was actually a slightly easier way to do the thing that I want to do. Let me think for 1 second about this. Maybe there is. Let's see. On scene GUI. It always takes a little time to write it takes time to write custom inspectors, even if not a ton of time, but it just takes time to write a custom inspector if all you want to do is write like a generate button, like press a button and it generates a thing. And I'm kind of thinking of doing that here, but at the same time, I don't know if that really helps us because yeah, I don't know. Let's just write it. So first, let's just get it on the screen. So basically what we're going to do is at start, we'll just say, my back, it's funny. I seem to have like fallen into Vim mode without even thinking about it. I forgot I was even using it for a second. Huh. I just kind of forgot I was even using it. I is less than particle count. I don't know. Maybe I'll get used to it. And then I plus plus. And then we just want to say, yeah, I'm in the Vim mode and it's starting, like my Vim muscle memory is coming back, I guess. Like it's unfortunately fighting with my VS Code muscle memory though for certain things. I mean, you know, we tried it yesterday and I just forgot to turn it off. And at first it like caught me up, but then I just realized I like made this whole file and wasn't even paying attention. I used Vim for a really long time. It's just there's certain things about selecting and stuff like that that I've lost the muscle memory for and have new muscle memory. And it seems like some of the ways I like to edit now are not really supported. Yeah, like, well, you could change the mappings. Like I could probably change Control D to do the thing I want, which is select all instances of a thing that is selected. But I don't know. We're just trying it. I typically keep my tools pretty stock. Typically. And that comes from many years. I don't do it. I mean, obviously, like working from home for a year, it's not as much big a deal. But like when I'm teaching or if I like have to go places and work and use other computers and whatever, it always drove me crazy. It used to drive me crazy because I did want custom stuff and have custom tools and whatever. And then I'd use other people's computers and I wouldn't be able to use their computers. But now I just, for years, really, 10 years or more, I just decided like, I'm gonna keep everything stock and then it won't matter. Then I can just use any computer. Copy and paste. I don't know, I have muscle memory for it. Like you just kind of, V is usually how you highlight stuff. So if you hit V, you can start highlighting. If you hit Shift V, you'll hide a whole line. If you type Command V, you can do like weird blocks of highlighting. And then once you have highlight, it's not called copy, it's called a yank. So you hit Y to copy, and now I have a buffer that has data in it, and then paste is P. So it's not really copy and paste. Vim doesn't really have copy and paste, it has yank and paste. But it's just Y and P, and it kind of is, it's what you'd expect. And I imagine in here, we could probably highlight like this, and Y and P, yeah. I feel like there was a time where I was very good at highlighting stuff I wanted with V, and I knew how to do it, and I knew how to select what I wanted to select, and I feel like I just lost the muscle memory for that. Like, yeah, it just feels gone. So I can hit like V and then hit E, and it will highlight this whole word, right? So now private is highlight. So now I can hit star, and it will highlight to the next private, which is not what I want. I want to highlight private again, not highlight up to private. And so stuff like that I just can't quite remember. I can't quite remember how to do. I mean, I don't know about that. Like, so much of the stuff you do, like the whole, okay, to a certain extent, yes, I agree. Like, especially when you're trying to substitute, when you bring the mouse into the equation, right? But if you don't bring the mouse into the equation, most of what you're trying to do is say, hey, instead of using an insane, having all these crazy keyboard shortcuts to do stuff, like 3 and 4 character keyboard shortcuts, which are potentially bad for repetitive stress injuries, just use one letter and don't move your hand all over the place. Like, I have a whole ton, I have a ton of keys right under my fingers that I could use for commands if I had 2 discrete states. And so if you're happy with those states, then you're good. It's just, yeah, the selection stuff and mousey stuff. And I really feel like I used to know how to do this. Like in this case, it's easy because it's really just Control V, and then I could do this and then say hello. And then there's a way to do that. And that's what I've lost the muscle memory for, is I've lost the muscle memory for like multi-section editing, because I guess like the Sublime Text way of doing that totally took over for me mentally. And I think it's kind of a different paradigm. It's more like you don't select a bunch of things and do something to all of them. It's like you do something to one thing, and then you have a way to apply that to the rest. And I've just kind of lost, I don't know. Maybe if I'm working and I'm not thinking about it, my muscle memory will kick in and just do it. But I don't know. Anyway, so we want like a particle instance equals instantiate a drop particle. And if this is going to be inside the burst, we really just want this to be vector 3, 0 in quaternion identity, I guess. And then the parent is going to be transform. We could also figure out the proper thing here. So this is what we're gonna have to figure out, and that's gonna be a you know, it's gonna be an angle radius thing. You know I don't do that. So if the radius is 128, it's gonna be in pixels, then angle is gonna be equal to math.pi times 2 pi is there just a 2 pi? I thought there was. I thought there was a 2 pi. Guess not. That's another language. You found a bug in Twitch. What's your bug? Okay, whatever. 2 pi. Okay. And then times whatever fraction we are, like whatever percentage we're in. What are you mad about? Oh, wait. I'm not in JavaScript. No, it's mathf, right? Mathf.py is not right? What are you talking about? Why doesn't that work? It looks very sensitive. Is that on the Twitch website or in like a Twitch standalone app? How come I'm not your friend? Wow. Thanks. Thanks a lot, I guess. Cool. Guess we're not friends. That's fine. What is your problem? Ouch. Why don't I know how to program? Why is... Okay, I guess I was thinking of math and not programming math, where you have to explicitly multiply. Of course. That's weird. I feel like that's not a normal mistake for me. I guess I've just been in mental math mode. Weird. I feel like I should be able to do that, though. How come I can't? You have to explicitly... I mean, of course you do. But when you write math on paper, you don't have to do that. Not even like I've been doing a lot of math this week. On paper math. Weird. Okay, anyway, so now we need to go from... Cartesian to I mean, from polar to Cartesian. And I know what you're thinking. Do you remember this? Do you, even though you've done this 7 trillion times, or do you have to look it up every single time you do it? And the answer is, I have to look it up every single time I do it. Every single time. Every single time. Polar to Cartesian. Polar to... Where's just the... Okay. Ugh, don't pop stuff up. Good grief. Okay, x is just the radius times the cosine of theta. Y is the radius times the sine of theta. Totally right? I thought it was more complicated than that. Kyle! It really depends on the project. I mean, this one feels like it's going to be a 2-week thing-ish. Why? Am I wrong? I thought... Don't you have to use the like... That formula seems wrong. Where's the right formula? Let's go to Google and Opting. 2 weeks? Does that seem like a long time or not very long? I feel like... I mean, this project was never released, so we're not just updating. Yeah, 2 weeks is like not any time at all if you're trying to make a thing. Okay, I'm thinking the backwards way. So, polar to Cartesian. Is it really that easy? That's Cartesian to polar. Okay. Oh, it really is that simple. Okay, I was thinking the opposite way, where you're going Cartesian to polar is the one that's annoying. Polar to Cartesian is really easy, because it's just radius times math f dot cosine of the angle. And then this one is just the sine of the angle. Right? Also, and then to add to that, life is yours. Not only does everything take forever, but if you're doing it on stream, it suddenly takes 1,000 times longer because one, you're trying to like part of your mental your mental bandwidth is going to running the stream, and part of it is going to running like your mouth. So like when I stream for like 2 hours of programming, you know, and I stream like if I stream a 6-hour stream and I actually work the whole time, that's maybe actually like 2 hours of real person working. It's hard. Sometimes something is worth updating because you're forced to, because it's like, hey, this API changed and this is still a thing that you care about or people use. This one's not really just an update because this was never released. And it's tough as far as like to saying whether it's worth it or not. Like, it depends on your criteria for what worth it means. Like, financially, this is probably not worth it. It's probably not worth it. But the mental baggage that I've been carrying around for 4 years of saying like, I really should get back to that project sometime. But it's not going to make any money. Like, I can just spend 2 weeks and do it. Like, it's not, it's, that will get it out of my head. It will also like make me better. Like, it'll be good practice, and it will let me experiment with some things like this vector graphics library we're experimenting with. So, and then maybe people like it. Who knows? I mean, it's a pretty simple project. Yeah, this is a weird one because instantiating. So, okay. This is a pretty weird one. Because if I instantiate... I don't know what's going to happen with this. Because I think this is actually wrong. Because this should be the anchor position. Which is actually a vector 2. So yeah, I don't know. Like from a financial standpoint, this probably isn't worth it. Maybe I'll make $7 from it or something. Who knows? But it's not always about the financial part. It is an... Let's just look at it. Let's see if it works. I probably broke it. So the idea is to release an album, but that is not fixed, you know, like it's not set in stone. It is and it requires the participation of the listener to make it. So the songs are simple, and I would actually like to do more intense versions of this at some point, but the idea is just like, hey, here's an album, but it's different for everyone who listens to it and everybody who uses it. It's not a fixed quantity. So this album has 7 tracks. One is called Drop, one is called Roll, one is called Fade, one is called Line, one is called Gate, one is called Ring, one is called Fall. And each of those tracks requires the user to participate in some way. Some of them have kind of like auto randomization stuff, where you can sort of just randomize over time. I could, like on another similar app that I did, I had like random like mutations where it would mutate over the time, so it wasn't just the same thing over and over again. I don't know if I want mutations on this one. I think I want you to have to do something, at least a little bit of something. Or like, you know, this one has a more manual control where you can kind of set the weights of these things. Yeah, so they're like somewhere between a fixed song and like an audio toy. And I like the idea, and I think it will look nice, and I think it will be good in my portfolio, and so like I think it's a good project. I just don't think it is necessarily a financially viable project. But, you know, you can't just make things thinking about money. And actually, that's probably the main reason I didn't ever work on this, is because up until last year, I was super stressed out and fixated on paying off my student loans. So I was like I was making lots of, you know, project decisions based on, is this going to make money or not? Which mainly means that for the last 4 years, 5 years even, I was just taking jobs, like taking commercial jobs or whatever, non-commercial, but jobs for other people, because they paid me money. And I kind of let my apps fall by the wayside and stuff like that. So anyway, I'm trying to be a little less stressed about that now, especially for something that's just going to take 2 weeks to get out into the world. Right now, it depends. Like Fall, for example, just has the instruments sort of built in. So there's no switching the voices on Fall. There is on Line, for example, like it has 3 voices that you switch between, but I don't know if I like it. Like this one has 3 voices, but this one's just so different. So that's like probably most of next week. What we'll be doing is like looking at the UX of everything, and not only like cleaning up stuff that isn't very clear, but also trying to conform the UX a little bit. Because, right, it doesn't make a ton of sense. In this one, clicking buttons doesn't do anything immediately. You have like a pen, and when you click these buttons, what you're doing is saying that the pen will do something differently. And that is not how the others work. And maybe that's bad. Or maybe it's good. I don't know. I don't know the answer. The others just don't work that way. None of the others work that way. So that's going to be... And I'm not totally opposed to that. Like I'm pretty open to saying like, no, each of these is its own thing and it has its own way of working. But I feel like if you do that, you have to tell people how it works. Or you don't. You just make it a weird esoteric thing, and then maybe people like it more in Japan. Which is how my previous music apps have seemingly done much better for whatever reason, have done better in Asia. Yeah, I mean, I also don't think I think the instrumentation's not the best. Maybe we would mix it up a little bit. The other job, so I just wrapped up a bunch of like VR and AR jobs, and so those are pretty done. And those were things like that spilled over from last year. Right now, the only thing I immediately have on the horizon is I've got to finish some museum installation stuff, but I can't do that until I can go back to Pittsburgh. And so that'll probably be a few more months. So for the month of April, I am pretty free to just work on my own stuff. And yes, I paid off my student loans. That was my 40th birthday present to myself, was to pay off all my loans, which was a very expensive present. It was very generous of 30-year-old me, actually of like 37-year-old me, 36 or 37-year-old me decided that would be a good present for 40-year-old me, and it took a lot of work. Okay, so we were working on this new burst, and we were just writing the thing that would like loop around and instantiate a bunch of particles. So first we need, for one of those to exist, which would be this drop particle. I just drop this in here somewhere? No. So we need a 3D object. No, we don't. We need a UI object that is an SVG image, and that's a particle, and that gets this particle sprite, and it gets that UI material. Wherever the thing is, it's you, and it's that color that we want it to be, and that's all great. I don't know why I can't see it. That's kind of weird. Where is it? It should be right in the middle there. Should be 32 by 32. Why can't I see you? What? Why? Why can't I see you? I see you. Right here. You're a circle. What did I do wrong? Particle. Particle sprite. Certainly doesn't need a raycast target, but... What? It's not accidentally scaled down. It's in a reasonable place. What have I done? Didn't we have this problem before? You have size. You have size. Unlike, isn't that the right, that's the right material, right? Unlit vector UI. You're an SVG image. UI layer, what the F? I don't know, man. Anyway. You're actually called a drop particle, I think. We'll figure it out. Okay, so now we have the prefab, even though it's mysteriously invisible. And now we do this. And so what should happen is when we hit play, we should instantiate 16 of these around the center. So that was our burst. And it looks like we did a bad job. because all of these have the exact same, yes, of course, because we didn't actually set the anchor position. So now we need to say, this is a little annoying. And now this particle Rex transform anchored position equals anchor position. So can I still do stuff like this? Hit F2. Yeah. So it's fun. Oh, that's funny. So the stuff, some VS Code stuff still just works inside Vim mode. Okay, I'm not really sure if I did that correctly. All of these have the same number because I didn't do I times this. So we need to multiply this times I. Because that's how many segments. Where's Ben? Ben needs to switch to this Vim mode. Gonna change his life. Okay, that worked. Whatever, you tried to get me. I didn't use the I don't know, maybe I'll use that AI one. I definitely didn't use that ridiculous vaporwave one that you liked. That was too much even for me. This one is not getting transformed, weirdly. Why is the first one not transformed? Why would that be true? Isn't that weird? Because even, I mean, the angle, that just means the angle's 0. The radius should still be right. What if we just said we wanted 2? Should be like 1 going up, 1 going down. Or 1 going left, 1 going right. Yeah, the first one doesn't get an offset. Why would that be true? So if we have 1 and we instantiate it, we set that anchored position. Why? Here's the problem though. If I get used to using this Vim mode and then I try to use somebody else's computer, I'm going to lose my entire mind. And it will be, yeah, that's 128. That's what I would expect. But that is not what we get. Is that not how you're supposed to do this? Do you have to like use a method to set it or something? Oops. But it works on all of them except for the 0th one? I mean, it's just a vector 2. Maybe there's a case. Oh. Wait, is the sign of 0, 0 or is the sign of 0, 1? Oh, the sign of 0 is 0, so that's effectively becoming 0. So did I do this wrong? Polar to Cartesian? Is it not just multiply? I hear vocals. Why are there vocals? Yeah, but that means I've got to sit down at somebody's computer, download it, install the extension, whatever. They've probably already had an editor up and they're asking me a question. You know, like, I don't want any friction for stuff like that. r times the cosine of 0. Okay, but if the sine, but if that's 0, but then the cosine shouldn't be, right? So cosine of 0 is 1, right? The cosine of 0 is 1. So if it's 0, no, that's coming through right. Like, because we logged our anchored position, we saw it. So that's correct. Sine of 0 is 0. Cosine of 0 is 1, which makes sense because we don't want to be set off on one axis. We want to just be... I mean, this actually kind of seems backwards from what I would think it would be, but whatever. No, cosine's this way. Cosine's back and forth. Sine's up and down. So why is this wrong? Okay, there's a way to do this. So if I do VE and then C, then I can just change this to particle. Okay. And then, but I don't want that actually. I want this. Yeah. Because it almost looks like I'm setting it and then it's getting... No. So why? It's like I'm... is this just a Unity bug? Like I'm setting... I should be setting that anchored position, and then I ask it what the anchored position is. So if I just say only one, if I say give me just one particle, that should be 1 unit forward. It should be... Wait. That moved the burst. Okay, what did I do? The particle Rex transform. Oh, okay. That was totally my fault. Although then I'm curious how did it even kind of work? That's weird. I had the wrong Rex transform, so that's my problem. It's weird that it worked at all. I guess it was just like moving the container around as it drew the others. Okay, so now we've got this ring of particles. So that is good. It is still a mystery to me why we can't see those particles. Is it because of you? Like who's to blame here? Is there something wrong with that image? Like if I change you to be... the drop particle sprite. It works. I change you. Did I pick the wrong thing on the prefab? This is the particle. Drop particle sprite. Is it there and it's just so tiny? That was the stop sprite. Drop particle sprite. Why? Did I not make that a UI sprite? It's a UI SVG image. And that's what... that's what all of those are. So why are you dumb? But if I put if this here's, that's broken too. Okay, let's do this a dumb way, I guess. Maybe we can trick Unity. Which was to say, let's just copy this and set this one to be this particle sprite. And then pull it out of there. And it's working. And now we pull it down here, and it's working. And now we go down here, and it's working. and we make it 32 by 32, and it's working. And we set it to the proper color. Did I accidentally have the alpha off or something? I don't think so. Maybe I did. Maybe that's all it was. The drop particle prefab. No, the alpha's all the way up. So what is the difference between this and this? Not that. This. Like nothing. So now let's copy this on top of this. Shortcut. Shift. I don't know. But now it's going to work. Okay. So now we get this little ring. And then it's easy enough to just... There's a couple ways we could do this. We could give them all a velocity. Wait, Google says star for what? Highlighting? It's not what you think it is. Like, you mean the select next is star? Is that what you mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're correcting star. I understand. I thought you were saying star is how you select the next thing, which is almost right, but not quite right. But I see, you were just correcting your spelling. I can read. Okay, so now if we want all of these little jerks to... So we can normalize their position, and that will give us a vector. That's a little bit silly, but like, it's also fine. So if... Yeah, this is pretty silly, but whatever. I think it's funny. So if we just keep a list of these particles and have a private list of... I guess we want the Rex transforms. And then as we create these, we just append them. Yeah, I get it. I understand now. It just... Star is how you select the next thing. Like if I select radius right here and then I want to go to the next instance of radius, I hit star, but it just continues highlighting up to that point. Like it's not, anyway, that's not what you're talking about, but you were like almost accidentally answering a question I had. Okay, so that's fine. And then now we want to do something that's like, I'm gonna sneeze, excuse me. Okay, serialize field, private, float, particle, lifetime equals 2 seconds, let's say. That's too long. We don't want them to live that long. Let's just make it 1 second to start with. And this can start at 16. We may change all this. I mean, so you can already see that I've spent way more time on this than if I just used the animator. Like, I could have already been done, but... Okay, wait. That's the other thing, though. We said we were going to use iTween. Because we're using iTween for everything. Do I really want to? So, like, on those, I think they're called panels. What did we do here? Yeah, we did this manually because we have to, because it's an anchored position. I don't want to use iTween. We'll do it all in code, just to keep everything consistent. Which I'm already slightly regretting, but whatever. Like, oh, yeah. Do we care? I don't think we care that much. We just want to say, that, and then we also want to say destroy this in particle lifetime amount of time. And then we just want to do like a interpolate equals time dot time minus the start time divided by the particle lifetime. And that's basically our like lerp value. And how do we want to do this? We could just add 2, like per frame, just add a little bit 2, or we could do an actual lerp. To do an actual lerp, we would have to, for each of these, calculate a destination, which, fine. Okay, let's start with this, is local scale equals vector 3.1 times t. And I think this is actually going to be backwards. Like, they're basically going to scale up instead of down over time, but let's just try it. Wait, does it do anything better? What's that? iTween? iTween is just, I used to use tweening libraries to do animation, and now I don't. And so generally I don't. I generally just write the routine to do it, because then it can be catered towards exactly what I want to do, instead of, you know, like in these examples, it's like, well, you know, I had to set it up and I could use it, and I set up all these parameters, but then it doesn't really do what I want, so I have to add a callback to do what I want to do anyway. So like, I generally would just rather write the thing. And I know that, like, there's lots of people that would say that's not the way to do that, because those kinds of animation are almost cookie cutter, and it almost does make sense to just do things like that. Just calculate it and have a destination and then animate towards. But like, I don't know. I just want to, it's just not how I do things very much anymore. One, I just don't like dependencies, and I prefer to just not have them. And I like to know how things work. And I like to know, you know, then I can optimize them and make them faster or better, or, you know, or because I have a very specific case, I can do stuff in a weird way that might not be covered by the library, whatever. So anyway, let's try this. And this is going to be backwards. I think this is going to like scale them. I mean, this whole thing, we've already spent too much time on this, whatever. Okay, so you can see that was backwards. And that's fine, because really we just want to invert this. Yeah, I don't remember any of the shortcuts for like enclosing things and stuff like that, so that's definitely making me a bit slower. So now when we do this, they should just appear and then scale down. Great. So the thing they are not doing is animating, and rather, so we could lerp, and we would, you know, we would have to calculate and cache an end position, and then which is kind of good, because then you know where you're going to end up. But then we have to store it somewhere, and like, whatever, we could have another list. We could make the particles their own class or whatever, or we could just add, we could just do this. And this is kind of silly, but it would be basically like, particle per second, and then we'd have like a multiplier for that. So it'd be something like rect transform dot anchored position is going to be, you're just going to add rect transform dot anchored position dot normalized, which we don't want to normalize it. We just want to return the normalized value. I think that's how we do that. Why are you broken? Returns this vector with the magnitude of 1. Okay. And then, so that's fine. And then we want to say time.delta time to mean that's per second, which this is silly because that means we move 1 pixel per second. And then we'll add whatever our scalar is going to be, which to start with, we'll just say it's 128. So basically it's going to be, it'll animate out, like it's going to double its radius as it animates out. And that in reality, you know, if we really looked at that and we're really thinking about optimizing and all that stuff, the idea of normalizing this every time is silly. It's very silly because that's something you could just calculate once and just store it somewhere. But if we were going to calculate something once and just store it somewhere, we'd probably do we would just store a end destination anyway and then not calculate anything and just lerp towards it, but whatever. Okay, so now we got a little burst, and that was a lot of trouble for a simple little burst. So let's do something cute and actually say that this is an on enable instead of a start. And then I always forget the best way to do this. Like destroy all the children. I think you have to actually loop backwards. This is just another one of those things that I just always forget the pattern. Because I think you technically want to go backwards. Maybe it doesn't matter, really. I think actually it's fine to do this way, actually. Because normally you want to go backwards because you don't want to mess with the collection that you're iterating over, but destroy is not immediate. So I think it actually doesn't matter. And do rect transforms have children? I don't think it matters. So I think we can just do for each... I gotta do this. I don't know if that's right. Anyway, because I think destroy's deferred anyway. So I think you actually can do that. Anyway, so now we can maybe just turn this on and off. Or not. That didn't do any of the things I thought it would. It didn't. What? Is that not right? Is it on enable or unenabled? It's on enable. So I go through here, I destroy everything, I create new babies, and then I say, and why isn't this working? The destroy, this isn't working either. Oh, I'm probably I'm destroying the script. That's funny. So of course it would only work once. Okay, let's turn this off for a second, and then that will let us just kind of toggle. So I've already spent way too much time on this, but whatever. It would have been faster to just do the work, the like kind of tedious work. So it's not deleting all the children. Why is that? Like, why is this not right? Is there something different about this because they're No, we put them in here. Those should be children of the transform. Does this need to be game object and not a transform? Can't remember. Yeah, I think I was removing the transform and actually, because that is a rect transform. Well, we're just kind of wasting time, really. Turn you off. Turn you on. And we get a problem. Oh, of course. Interesting. Okay, we need to remove it from the list. That's kind of annoying. Well, whatever. We'll just like this process that you see me going through right now that is annoying is the reason that I say that I prefer not to do things where I have to code, like iterate in code. That's funny. Why would that be true? If I just offset these, they're just scaled. So why would that affect them being centered? Actually, that seems wrong in both cases. They both are not really where you'd want them to be. Why is that? Looks like they're emitting from the upper left corner. So maybe that's just an anchor point problem? Doesn't make a ton of sense though, because those all say centered. Is it each of these guys? Okay, those are upper left. So the anchor point's just wrong on our particles. So that's an easy enough fix. I mean, this is clearly a very silly way to do this, but I'm just trying to conform this effect to the way other stuff works. Okay. So now we can do stuff like this. We could say there's only 8 of these, and we want 2 things where it's like float, whatever, and then end radius. Definitely feel faster with some things in this Vim mode. So the end radius, that's a little deceitful because it's additive. So we really would want to say this and say something like plus end radius minus start radius. So here's where, okay, if I say C right here and say start radius and then escape, and then here I just hit period, it does it. Okay, so I can go through and apply the things individually, and I could search and apply, and it wouldn't be that bad. And then this is going to be end radius minus start radius, start radius. And then now I have the ability to like tweak a little bit. And so I could make 2 of these that were only 8. And you would be 8. But I could say one of them is going to end radius is 384 or something. It's going to be a much bigger burst. And then I could say the rotation of this guy should be what? 360 divided by 8 would be 45, would be 22.5, but in radians, 22.5. It's like pi divided by 4. I think that's pi divided by 4. But this is degrees. Wait, so this is 22.5. Okay. So now, yeah, so something like that. Kind of annoying, but kind of... so this was 96, and that was 384. And really, we want it to probably happen in a half a second in both cases. We don't want this continue thing to happen. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that. What's your problem? Oh, I can't clamp this. I need to clamp the interpolant, not this guy. One of these. Again, we're going to really be destroying these, so it won't matter. That's too fast. Too slow. That's the right amount of time. I think they just want a smaller radius, maybe. Like this I don't like. Like tuning animation. This is not how I want to tune animation. Like, yeah, this sucks. This is just not... it's not a way to tune animation. I mean, I guess I could tune these live and... This doesn't feel very bursty, you know? That's not horrible. Also maybe a bit subtle. So maybe we want more. And we actually want 32 or 16 particles. And then the rotation on this guy would be half of this. I don't know, man. Was this a whole lot of trouble for something that wasn't that great? We could have been done a long time ago if you had just hand animated this, but oh well. That would have been annoying to tune too. Like this particular kind of thing is just a little annoying. This is why you would use particle system. I just have decided I didn't want to use particle system. Maybe then if we just need to start these a little bigger. And then I think we're going to call it good for now and actually just get it working. And then when we make our broader pass, We will have the option to get fancy if we want. Who are all these other Scots that are making stuff? In red, okay, I'm gonna just say the notion of Scott made this, I would not do again. I had a very specific motivating reason for doing that, but I think I would not do it again. Maybe that inner guy almost wants to come for 0. Almost, or like close to it. That's a little more bursty. It's kind of cute. Could be little streaks. We'd have to orient them, but that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Actually, if they were just elongated on the x-axis, they would already work. They wouldn't exactly do what you want because they'd scale down instead of... This doesn't quite feel poppy, but let's see it actually in place and popping. So do we just instantiate one of those? No, 2 little bursty boys, different sizes. And then this will just be a prefab. We'll call it a drop particle burst. And probably what will happen, so we want those to be suicidal. So we want them to just destroy. No. It would not destroy itself. Oh. Well. Shoot. Oh, these multiple rings. Why do you want to do this? This is annoying. I regret going this route, but I bet if I did it the other way, I would say the same thing, so whatever. This is just way too much time to spend on this little burst. I mean, obviously, I did it with the particle system for a reason to begin with, but I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want a particle system. It would have been probably faster to come up with some other way to mask that, or just kind of fake it, but whatever, dude. Let's just start again. I mean, I do that plenty of times. Do things one way and then do another way. And then maybe do them a third way. So now my issue is now I decided to do this. Like, really what you'd want is like multiple radii. Where you could specify multiple radii. Because now I can't just destroy this in the way that I thought I wanted to destroy it, because it's the parent. Which is dumb. What do I want to do about that? That's lame. That's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. I mean, the really dumb way to do this would be, that would not be, that's the real dumb way to do it. And again, I think it's okay because I think destroys get scheduled. Yeah. That didn't really look right for whatever reason. Maybe just hiccuped because it was loading. Anyway, now we want to, so we got a couple things we need to do. Let's just call that okay for now, and we may revisit it. Is now we want our drops to still exist in the container, which is a little bit of a weird one. Destroy, but I don't, so there's, okay, for example, very specifically, I don't want destroy immediate in somewhere like this because I'm iterating over collection. So if I destroy immediate while iterating over the collection, I'm gonna have a bad time because I'm deleting things in the collection I'm iterating over. So in that case, you'd have to like count backwards or make a copy or do all the goofy things that you normally have to do. But in this specific case, destroy is great because it's deferred to like a certain time when things get destroyed, and then I don't have to care. Also, same issue here, I'm calling destroy on the same object from two different scripts simultaneously. If I did destroy immediate, one of them would actually destroy it, and then the other one would throw an error because it's trying to destroy something that's gone. But since I'm doing this, I'm essentially just scheduling a destroy, and it doesn't matter how many things say that it needs to be destroyed because it's already flagged for destroy. So in both of these cases, destroy immediate would cause an error. Well, I'm telling you what would happen. It would be bad. It would not work. Destroy immediate is we're gonna have a bad time. Oh, also destroy immediate, you can't schedule things, which obviously my whole point here is scheduling. So I can't do that anyway, because the whole point is I want to schedule it in 2 seconds. So destroy immediate is extra useless here. Unless I called it inside an invoke, which I just don't like to do that in Unity. Is that true? Bad is the new good? I thought April Fool's Day was over. Okay. So now the whole point of that exercise that took way more time than it should was to get to where we're only in Canvas land always, and we don't do anything outside of Canvas. So we will no longer have this droplet container. We hate it. We want it gone. The droppers in here are still a little annoying, but I'm gonna ignore that for a second because we still don't have a way that we reset these things, which is honestly a little bit problematic. I think you might find that having difficulties with ADHD, that a schedule might actually help you a little bit. Because then you don't have to decide what to do in the moment. You just do what the schedule tells you to do. But maybe not. Different strokes. Okay, so we already instantiate the droplets where they go. So that's all good. The thing that's going to be busted, and this is just going to be a little annoying to deal with, perhaps a little more than annoying, is we need to now change all the logic for how these droplets work to work inside Canvas land versus outside. Now the good news is we already did stuff that kind of does the job for us a little bit. Like we've already done some work to do that. So maybe it won't be an absolute nightmare, but it's going to be a little bit of a nightmare probably. So let's just get into it. Let's just do it because we know what we need to do. We just got to do it. So for example, particle system's not going to be a thing anymore because we're just going to instantiate that. And that's fine and that's fine. But we need an SVG image here, and that is going to be the droplet. And that's going to be wrong because that now needs to be one of these. And that means that also that this needs one of these. And so there's probably, I'm certain there's some goofy things we're doing here. So one thing is we want to instantiate the particle dude. Oops. Was I doing work in here? I guess it was. Okay, don't save any of that. So we actually want like a public game object particle prefab. Particle burst prefab. I don't know why we have this. Probably because previously we were turning this off. We're not going to do that anymore. Because we just want to destroy this thing when we create the new thing. So we do want the audio source. So this is going to be a little bit lame. So what we're going to do... We don't care about some of these things anymore because now we are going to just, this thing's going to be suicidal. And we're not going to do this. We are going to play the one shot. Oh. If you destroy an audio clip after doing a play one shot, curious about that actually. Maybe that's okay, but I'm truly not sure. So let's we were doing something where we scaled our sprites relative to the container, but let's not do that anymore. And then we need to know the size of our buddy. And that is going to be... Look at these insane numbers that we have here. What? It really should just be 1/2 of y. I don't know where that guy comes from. But let's ignore this for the moment, because we need to do it a totally different way anyway. Let's start with just that. So we've definitely broken a lot of stuff. That's pretty interesting. So we're just assuming we're in the right place, which maybe we are. Because we're interpolating towards there, so that's where you'd assume we would be at the right time. So that's interesting. So you'd assume we get there, and then we're going to just instantiate the particle burst prefab wherever we are. Quaternion identity. What's up? You don't like a particle bust? Thanks. Maybe I should change the object name. I did the same thing up here. Very exciting. Okay. So this is going to be broken for sure. So container we don't care about anymore, actually, right? That is all in here. Okay, there's a few things. So that goes all the way to the top. Because we just don't care anymore. We may still want to go through and destroy those things on enable and disable. We in fact need to do that on all of these things. We do have a clear all. Well, we don't need this one anymore. Okay, so this is... We don't need that anymore. This is wrong. But well, let's just ignore how wrong that is. And then that means inside the dropper, We no longer care about this. Oh boy. Let's go. So we really want to instantiate you in the parent, I think. Unless we want to say that droplets live inside, drops live inside their droplet, dropper, whatever. But I don't think I want that. I know, you're a good linter. It's true. Okay, so feel pretty confident we broke stuff. Like, there's actually no doubt in my mind, but let's see how bad it is. We know, for example, that we forgot to do this already. That the droplet needs a reference to the burst. I assume we set the audio clip. I don't actually know how we do that, but we'll see. And then the bottom is going to be wrong, but I think that's going to actually be easier to calculate now. Okay, we're doing great. So canvas render attached to the droplet clone game object. What? The graphics raycaster. What'd I do, buddy? You probably need to add a canvas renderer. Oh yeah, I definitely do. Of course I do. I forgot. I actually... Did I even know that was a thing? I don't remember ever having to deal with that, but it's on the other stuff. Okay. Well, okay. So, like... This is funny. It's playing the audio. It's not committing suicide. I mean, I guess I knew that there needed to be a canvas renderer, but that's normally if it's automatically added. But because I converted that from a sprite, then it didn't have one. Okay, so the droplet did not commit suicide because I didn't tell it to. So that's one problem among many. And unsurprisingly, what is getting cloned here? So we do see the particles for a second. They're in the wrong place. Where are they? Probably somewhere insane. So they need to live inside the same parent. And unfortunately, this is true. We need to live at least this long. Which is whatever, it's okay. Is that not what it was? Oops. Is this length? Oh, duration, okay. I didn't dishonor anybody. Just wants to Okay, that's fine. We do want to turn off the renderer immediately. So we can disable the image or we can disable the canvas renderer. Doesn't really matter. We could just do Is this not just an enabled? I thought it was dot enabled. Not right? Chocolate, Easter chocolate. Is it Easter time? How do you disable a canvas renderer? Why not? Whatever. SVG image. Got enabled. It's false. And then we just need the vector thing. Is there really not a way to disable a canvas renderer? That seems weird. We just stopped drawing the... Well, it seems weird that there's not a disable the canvas renderer. Is that just me? Okay, that disappears. The particle burst is getting instantiated, but it's like way off of where it's supposed to be for mysterious reasons. It's because the anchored position is actually what we want to set, I guess. Although you'd kind of think. Is that the world position? I think that's not right, actually. Because we really want it to be at the same place, but that's what we did with the... Okay, actually, they're both wrong, right? Like, this one is wrong, because it's getting instantiated. So we're doing this, but we're not putting it in the proper place. So we really want to do, like... That seems weird, though. Seems like that should actually be... Why is this not... Wait. Anyway, it is offset. Let me see, make sure that the prefabs don't have an offset. You're at 0, and you're at 0. So no matter what, these always appear at 0, 0, but then these guys are like offset in a really weird way, even though these are all contained. They're contained in the same parent container. This be a local position? I'm not sure about that being true. Well, we really have two problems with this one, right? There's two problems, because that like animates totally independently. So like, in addition to putting it a place, the animation of it is very separate. So let's ignore that problem for a second and just focus on this problem. But I think this is actually not the right solution. I think we do have to go in and set the anchor position, which is okay. Where was it? Where are you? Way over there. Okay, yeah. So we need to probably just set this vector 3, 0. And then, don't love this, but now we have to say, and then particle burst instance dot get component rect transform dot anchored position equals. We know your rect transform. This is not great. Get component rect transform anchored position. That's pretty gross looking, but something like that. No. Instance of its particle and its anchored position should equal the anchored position of the thing we are, which is the droplet. We have a droplet here. That's the dropper. We have a droplet that fell down. And so it's at this position. And that seems fine. But when it sets when it set this guy, is this an anchor problem? All these need to be center. That guy as well. Still very wrong. Okay. That guy hits there. These have identical anchor positions. Right? So why is one of them... This one can go, get out of here. So the burst is there. Is it the rings are now off in some crazy land? Okay. So probably that's my fault, and it probably just means if we look in here, yes. So that explains those. So maybe that one was actually okay before. Maybe. That was a lot of work for these mediocre drops. I don't know, they're pretty cute. They're in the wrong place. These dudes should be able to scale bigger. I don't know why they don't. Could be actually just... In fact, these are wrong, because this should actually be 256. Is that what those are? Not totally sure about that. Even that seems kind of wrong. Those bursts are a little slow. They don't look bad. What's the size you are supposed to be, my friend? You are 512. Okay, that would explain it. So that should fix these. The positioning, they're going to clip through the floor right now, and that's fine. We just need to get the height from the rect transform, and that's an easy thing to do. And then we probably want to play with the scaling of those bursts, which a nice thing we can do now is make those dynamic. Okay, I think this was worthwhile. I don't know if I feel like the way we did it was worthwhile, but I think like aesthetically this is going to be the choice that we want. So because we could really affect the radius of those dots and all kinds of cool stuff. So that's not a bad thing that we did. So the biggest thing I just do not understand, well, actually maybe I do understand it, because I think it's actually a problem. This is our problem. Because we really want to, this, okay, here's our problem. This should all be based on anchored position. So really these should be vector 2s. Long shortcuts. Okay, let's try to do it the Vim way, which would be this, and then I say C, change this to vector 2. And then I'm gonna go here and pick this and hit period. It didn't work, whatever. Okay, so what we need to do, so really, okay, couple things. We really want to know the Rect transform. That's an important thing to know because we use it a lot. I really try, this is my general rule to do this, like if something is kind of a dependency like this, like if a component is dependency, so we're going to do lower, I really don't like to do this kind of stuff. Just do it in line. It's not my cup of tea. This one, I'm a little less bothered by because like we have to do it anyway. Like we just have to add, like we just created this, so we'd have to do it one line above. I don't know. So this means that in this case, this is just going to be equal to transform. No, it's going to be equal to rect transform dot anchored position. This is going to be kind of a funny one because this is going to be, we don't need this anymore. We got to recalculate that container bottom, but I think we have a better way to do it now. So we'll just ignore that for a moment. And then this guy is going to be a lerp on the anchored position. You're going to be at vector 2. And you're going to be the rect transform. Cool. Super broken. Just really broke it. So let's check a few things. And when we tell you to drop, why isn't that right? So we get the rect transform, and when we call drop, okay, so we do need to do this one. Do we know about your rect transform? Not at the moment. So we need to do this. I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, let's take them one step at a time. Vector 3, 0, and then we need to set your, basically the exact same thing, where we need to say the current droplets, get component, rect transform. Thank goodness. Okay. Be sure not to only critique my code, but also the way I do every single thing. Dot anchored position equals get component form dot anchored position. So hopefully that starts us in the right place. I kind of am liking this Vim thing. I have to say, the one thing I'm annoyed by is this like one thing that Vim doesn't really do, this multiple selection thing. There's probably a way to do it, but that at this moment is the only thing that's really bothering me. It's actually feeling good to my fingers to be able to navigate around quickly with the keyboard. That's still wrong. Why is that still wrong? Okay, because you are clearly in two very different places. So let me double check that the droplet does not have a transform on it. No. So I'm creating the droplet, and I'm, to start with, it's just zeroed out. And this is the dropper. So there's really two problems here. There's like the create, and then there's the drop. So what? But this feels broken right now. It does feel like this is broken. So let's try that one more time and like double check. Are there even values? Yeah, droplet is just zeroed out. So why would that be true? We just made you. Unless there's something else in here going on with your position. That's only your anchored position. And that should come from, that's the particles anyway. Where we start, and this is until we drop anyway. So that shouldn't be a big deal. And our update loop, this should, okay, I have a problem actually. I deleted something that was critical. And that was not smart. Wasn't smart. That wasn't smart to do. I thought that was used for something else, but we still need this. Okay, here's another thing I don't know how to do. Like just bump lines up. I know how, that's like Visual Studio Code, muscle memory. And then we do need to say, maybe I don't really have to, but. You're not float. Okay. That should do something. It's weird because it actually seems like the container bottom is not wrong, which is a little surprising. Like whatever this, the size of the backdrop, size of this. I don't know how that's working, actually. I think it's not. I think it's actually hitting 0 there. And that's actually what the problem is. And it just kind of looks like it's working, but it's not actually working. Okay. So this is, like, we're in the ballpark of a thing that is correct. So that is comforting. We do want to make sure that our droplet is this color. And now we want to do what? So the nice thing about this new approach is that dumb thing that I didn't like where we had to pass that container all the way down. We don't have to do that anymore. Like this dumb thing we just don't need this anymore. So that's good. Got a better change tab shortcut, Visual Studio Code. So now the dropper doesn't care about that, which is going to break somebody. You. Yeah, so no, we no longer have to do this. We're just setting scale and location. That's good. And then in the droplet, we don't care about this, do we? No, because, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why we don't care. Because we can go down here How do we do this? Well, we do need some of that dumb code still, actually, to count the, so because we need to calculate this. So we kind of need that in here, like this stuff. We sort of need that logic at least. Okay. Oh, okay. Visual Studio Code. Shortcuts. Just, yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this Vim mode. I feel like if I had just started using it the day I started using Visual Studio Code, I might have, I don't know. So a lot of Visual Studio Code shortcuts are the same as they were in Sublime Text, which was the editor I used previously. So for okay, so V E E X escape, and now I have cut that, and now V E C, or is it just V E P? No, because now I've screwed up, and now I have that in my yank buffer. X P. Yeah, like almost not terrible. Okay, so that gives me the container bottom. I don't know if that's fully correct, actually, but let's see. And then we need to offset. Then we need to get the bounds of... No, this doesn't seem right, does it? Seems like that's just coming up 0. Is that the right corner? It definitely can be. I mean, the like many of the general strategies are very similar, but you know, you got a visual editor, which I'm not making use of, and that's yeah. So this is the thing, you know. That's why if I'm gonna animate stuff now, I usually animate it, and I usually use timelines, and I usually use animation clips. But that didn't feel quite right for this particular thing, because it's like, it is particles, so you kind of want to write something to manage it. And for the rest of the whole system, we're doing, you know, code-based tweening, and so it felt a little weird to introduce animations for just this one specific thing. So I don't know. It's hard to know exactly what the right answer was for this particular thing. And the answer I opted for was kind of consistency with how other things were done, even though that's not like the ideal way to implement the thing we're working on. But I feel like we're very close. It's just this. Maybe I don't remember how get world corners works. Like, which corner is 0? Bottom left is 0. Yeah, bottom left. So that is the bottom left. So you would think that would be the correct value for that container. In fact, let's try this. Come on, debugger. Let's see if you're going to work today. It's always a crapshoot if the debugger's going to work. Enable debugging for this session. Let's just say for this session, I guess. Okay, so those look like numbers. Those look like world numbers, right? Okay. So those are world corners. Oh, I don't want world corners anymore. That's the deal here. I don't care about world corners. I care about what do I care about then? I don't care about world corners. I guess I care about height. Yeah, so the rect is kind of the rect transform dot rect dot height. That doesn't seem right, does it? Bottom 256, but it's like goes positive to negative. So that doesn't feel quite right to me, actually. If we look over here, what value are you? The dropper, yeah, like these Y positions, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's the wrong rect transform. No, it isn't. It is. Yes. Everything about this, everything about everything I did was wrong. Okay. So this is not what we want. We want the this may be negative, but it's basically just going to be the, I don't know if you can get a parent from a, it's going to be something like that. Although I think parent is not going to be a rect transform. Yeah, that's not cool. You got to do get component rect transform of the parent and then get its rectangle its height. That looks gross, and this may be backwards. So let's see if it's backwards. Yep, goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, so I think it's just negative U, which that seems weird, actually. Yeah, that's not right. Because it should be, So the parent of U should be this guy, which should be fully stretched here. Do I have to stop and start again? You know, it probably goes negative to positive. Actually. Why can't I evaluate you? Probably the debugger just doesn't know how to do this silly thing I'm trying to do. So it kind of needs to be like, it's probably something like this. This whole nonsense. And now maybe I'll be able to do a breakpoint there. look at you. Okay, so the thing is, yeah, the rect is a pretty silly shape, but the rect height is not really correct. So it's more like the min dot y, I guess. That's top. Where's this bottom? Bottom. So instead of height, we do bottom. I think we can just do this. Nope, it's gotta be in the rect. What are you complaining about? Oh, I need 1 second. Pardon me. Okay, sorry about that. The phone got delivered. Maybe I should go downstairs and get it. Also, I feel like I'm almost kind of done for the day, though. We're going for what, 3 hours plus? Bigger video. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Who knows? Gaming time? Play games on my Pixel phone? What? What would I? What? What would I want to play on an Android phone? It's downstairs. It did get delivered. Should I go get it? Okay, I'll go get it. I'll be right back. I mean, to be clear, I'm not going to use this as a phone. It's just for testing. So here's my refurb phone. Sounds a little rattly. Doesn't sound good. Says it's unlocked. Hopefully it's actually unlocked. It might not be. Hopefully the screen is not a disaster. It's supposed to be I think this one is supposed to be like new condition. Well, I mean, it's not new. It's from however many years ago. Actually looks pretty nice. Actually looks nicer than I was expecting. The screen basically looks flawless. Very close to it. Well, okay. I didn't order a case or a screen protector because I was thinking it would not be this nice, but it actually looks brand new. So I guess I have to order a case and a screen protector. I mean, this is definitely not the box, not the original box. Okay, does it power on? Wow. It looks nice. Feels nice. It feels very similar to the iPhone XR. Like, it's almost identical to an iPhone XR, actually. I just don't want to get I don't know. I don't want to scratch it up. I don't know. I always put cases on my phone. Okay, main reason. Obviously, the primary reason that Android phones of the day are superior to Apple phones of the day is USB-C, because Apple still forces Lightning, which is so dumb. So dumb. It's a nice little phone. It's all right. It's okay. You can't actually. It's kind of blown out. It's kind of a two-tone thing where it's shiny at the top. There's a weird dot here. I don't know if this is like input of some kind or rear-facing fingerprint detection or something, but it looks a little weird. I'm guessing it's the fingerprint detection. No SIM card. Fingerprint and power. It's not a button, but I don't think it's a button, you know? I think it's like a fake capacitive. Dude, let's get on the Wi-Fi. Should I let it on the real Wi-Fi or the guest Wi-Fi? Screen is not bad. It's not outstanding, but it's not bad. Does anyone know the Wi-Fi password? Let's look here. Pixel. Oh no. You. Are you? What is the Wi-Fi password? Passwords. I forgot where that is in 1Password actually. Oh, I know where. I can just do it here. My phone has appears to be volume up and then some kind of like very pretty orange button that presumably does other stuff. So I have a Google, whatever it is, Google Wi-Fi. I kind of wish I didn't, but Google just told me today that I'm not supposed to use the Google Wi-Fi app anymore, and I'm supposed to use that's weird. That's the guest network. What's the real network? How come when I... That's... There you are. Okay. It's a nice little phone. And my hope is it will be less annoying than a Samsung phone, because it won't have their all of their terrible bloatware and their own goofy, whatever that is, TouchWiz. I don't even know if that's still what they use. Anyway, all the Samsung garbage. Getting your phone ready. Very exciting. It's doing a little dance right now. It's too slow. Okay, I was worried because, you know, looking at reviews, it's always such a crapshoot with those refurbs. One, because you don't know the reviews are for the item, not necessarily for the seller. And for refurb stuff. There's tons of people that sell refurb stuff on Amazon. And so one, it could have been torn up. Two, it could have, scratched up screen or have like burn in on the screen. That could have all been bad. It might have not actually been unlocked. It might have had some other horrible issues, which it still may. The battery could explode tomorrow and kill me. But it actually is impressive. Sign in. Oh, I can't do the drag down Apple thing. I don't know how, maybe I don't want to sign into this fully. What if I didn't? I guess I don't really have to until I wanted to test stuff, like, downloading stuff from the Play Store and all that. Okay, then we go over here. We authenticate this guy. Man, phones with no case on them feel really light and nice. Makes my other phone seem giant. But it's because of the case. Okay, I agree. Getting account info. Yeah, but, phones are expensive. And I'd like to try to trade them in and get as much money as possible for them when I get the new one. Back up to Google Drive. No. Use location. I'm tempted to turn off every possible thing because I don't really want to install and update apps. So many illegal pages. Okay. Unlock with Pixel Imprint. Touch the sensor. I don't know if that was the right finger to use. I don't want all this other stuff. Just don't install any of this crap. Thanks. Thanks for asking at least before installing a bunch of garbage I didn't want. Okay. Well, at a glance, this was a good $150 purchase. The one exception being, because it's a Google phone, I only get updates for like 1 more year, which sort of sucks. But, oh well. I mean, I guess it's, who knows? That's when they're guaranteed. Maybe there'll be some more updates. I'm sure other people have like Android, I'm sure there's ways to run, if you really want to, force newer versions of Android. Okay. Now I forgot what we were doing. So we were quite close, right? Like we've almost got this figured out. It's just that they fall through the floor. Yes, which is a very solvable problem. So let's just double check here. Let's apply this. Nothing to apply. Okay. Main. So we should, this will almost be correct, I think. These get really big on scaled down here. Almost doesn't seem right. I guess they should be 25% of the screen width though, if they're 512. So we could choose to make those smaller. Okay, this is almost good in terms of positioning. but we need to do something. We just want to say that our end position is not actually this. Our end position is actually this, but, and then minus 1/2 of the height of our own rect transform. Right? I feel like there's a way to easily wrap things in parentheses, but I don't remember with them. I also want to say I was only ever like, I did use Vim as probably my primary programming editor for something like 10 years more, in the ballpark of 10 years probably, but I was never the greatest. Rec.bottom, use Ymax instead. Okay. That seems weird, because that could be a lower number than the min, but whatever. You know, I was good enough with Vim to do what I was doing, but I was not the most powerful of power users. So does this work? I think I did the exact problem. Right, because that's negative. So this actually needs to be plus 1/2 or negative the height. Look at my cool phone. That's an okay phone. That is light years better than the Samsung phone that I had. Okay, so this is going to be pretty good. The thing that's just not the greatest is, oh. This isn't factoring in the scale. That's interesting. You would assume that it would do that. Maybe not. I wonder if there's something in the rect transform that you know, includes the scaled height, something like that. Okay, this was annoying to do, but I think it looks better, and I think it will function a little better. And so the actual height divided by 2. So this seems okay. Height's 512, but there's scaling on this. So, but that seems like because we have a local scale, but we need to know what the scaled height is, which is not accounted for by the rect. So do we just apply it individually? I mean, you know, get the scale and just steal one value from it because we know it's a uniform scale. Because we have a local scale. I think it kind of looks like we have to, because it doesn't look like anything inside the rect accounts for that, which is a little bit annoying, really. But whatever. We'll just multiply it times the y scale. That's actually fine. Okay, so now we're hopefully accounting for scale. I don't want to get this running on this phone as a final thing before we end the stream, because this will be the last like visibly broken thing, right? Like, so this, I think that actually looks pretty nice. So it was worth doing, even if I think the way that I did it was silly. The thing that isn't great about it is I think the really big guys should have bigger. Did that scale down? That was interesting. Look at it full size, and then I let go, and it kind of pops down a little bit. Okay. Oh, lame. Wait, it came with a USB-C to USB-A? That's fine. Let's do this then. Okay. Finish setting up your Pixel. Why are you blue? The scale, you can see it's very subtle, but if I need to clear out when we enable again. If I go here and I make one full size, like look at the radius of this. I have my pressing down. As soon as I release, it's going to scale down slightly. Wait, it didn't do it that time. It did do it that time, but by like 1 pixel. It's incredibly slight. Yeah, you can see it. It's super subtle, and I don't know why it does that. Okay, what is this phone telling me? Finish setting up my Pixel. Setup complete. Getting fun email. Google Play Protect on. I don't know how anything works. I don't know how to unlock this phone. Okay, what's the dumb thing about entering developer mode? You like have to go to settings and then click the version number 20 times. Is that still how that works? Yeah. How many times do I tap it? That's such a silly thing. That's just such a... very silly... So I have to go to About My Phone, and then I have to go to... I forgot which one it was, actually. Not the IMIE. Not the version number. Stop it. I don't exactly remember what I have to click. Is it the build number? Yes. Okay. I'm a developer. That is such a weird way to enable developer mode. So ridiculous. I'm now a developer. What a dream come true. Okay. So can I build this? Can I build this to this phone? I don't... Well, I mean, I guess I've done a lot of Android development on this. Let's say I haven't done much Android development on this computer, but I've actually done a ton because for VR stuff. I want to update this phone at some point too. I think I'm gonna get a cake for it. You know, 'cause I want this. Like, I want to be able to test this use it for years. Okay, so I probably have to do the thing like where I plug it in, and then it's gonna ask me if I trust the computer and all that nonsense. Okay, it made noises. Why, why didn't it work the way I thought it was going to work? Do I have to do... I thought normally when you plug this in, it would like pop up and say, hey, do you trust this computer? Am I just misremembering? It's been a while since I've done any Android development, like straight to a phone. Device is plugged in. If you're sure it's plugged in. I thought you used to also be able to pick the Android device from here, but again, I might be thinking of something totally different. Oh yeah, default device. Can we find a device? I thought it used to be that like the phone had to say like, hey, I'm gonna let this computer develop on me. I'm gonna allow it. Is that not a thing? I thought I had to become a developer and then plug in, and then the phone would ask me if I trusted the computer, but it's not doing that. Oh, right, USB debugging. Sure. Forgot about that part. Do I remember where it is? No. Can I search the settings? USB debugging. Yeah. Thank you. I forgot about that. Developer options. USB debugging. Yes, that thing. That's what I wanted. Wow. Wow. Cool. There we go. Great. Great, 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 great. You are. You're doing a very good job. You know what sucks? I mean, a lot of things. But you know one thing that really sucks, just in general, is putting anything on the Apple App Store is a real hassle. And you have to pay the money to do it. You pay the money and it's a hassle. Kind of sucks. Putting stuff on the Google Play Store, Google just doesn't care. I mean, that's probably not good in the long term for like the quality of said stores, but you know, a lot of garbage still ends up on the App Store, so it's not like they're perfect. So like they have some perfect moderation system. But it's just annoying. It's always annoying. The like certificate signing and all that stuff is annoying. Like it's just not a pleasant experience. Uh-oh. I'm getting inappropriate apps. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It sucks. Broadly speaking, most developer experiences suck. Like back-end developer tools. And I think it's, you know, it kind of makes sense because if you're one of these companies, you're like, developers make up 1% of our users or 1% of 1% of our users or something like that, probably. And so probably they're like, we just don't want to invest the resources into making these developer tools not suck. But that's like almost universally true is like the Steam developer backend, not just the SDK and tools. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about like the backend website where you upload your stuff. Oculus sucks, Steam sucks, Apple sucks. Google kind of sucks. It's easy, but you know, there's things that suck about it. It just all kind of sucks. Okay, viewing a full screen app. Swipe down the top to exit. Hey, look, I made my own app. I have never uploaded anything to Epic. No, I haven't. Maybe it's great. Or GOG. Maybe they're great. But I kind of think they could be. This looks pretty nice. Okay. I think the vector graphics, I think it was maybe worth it. I think this looks really good. It looks way better than if these were scaled graphics. The performance does not. Let me have to profile this. The performance does not quite seem... The animation is not quite as smooth as I would expect. It's got a little bit of chug to it, like a very slight... Is the phone updating or something? Got a very slight... Can I get rid of these notifications? Can I just drag them away? Go away, how about? Go away. Stream the phone video to the PC? Probably not over USB. Like I could output over HDMI. Probably. And then capture with my Elgato. You can definitely do that on Apple computers with iPhones, but there's probably some utility. There's probably some tool that lets you do that. I know you can do the reverse with Android devices, like use them as displays. But as far as just straight up capture the display over USB, I don't know. I could maybe like cast it, like cast the display somewhere. That sounds like a thing I could probably do. I need to, okay, so we'll want to stick the frame rate on here because it's just like, I'm trying to decide. I mean, maybe we're drawing too much stuff, which would be ridiculous. One thing I didn't look into, I just didn't look into how efficient the drawing of, you know, normally Unity Canvas is very careful about batching things together if you do it right. Yeah, it just looks like there's a little bit of chug. That's not good. There's not that much going on the screen. Maybe we could switch to SRP. Maybe that would be better. These interfaces are pretty small with that that padding on the side, but I like the padding, so what are we gonna do about it? I don't think it's... The code's very simple. I think it's the drawing because we just draw all those particles. But that's not that much. It can't be that much geometry, and it's all just geometry. There's no textures in memory or anything. So it could be my imagination. It's hard. It's really hard to say that kind of thing without profiling. These buttons are really tiny, though. Like our UI elements are very, very, very tiny. So that might be a reason to argue for. I think it looks pretty nice though. The screen brightness, I'm not happy with, but maybe it's just not up all the way. All the way. Okay, that's better. I think it looks pretty good. That one looks insane. We'll ignore that for the moment. I think they look nice. The buttons are very small. In most cases, that's not a big deal. We definitely have room to grow some of these buttons. Alternatively, we break the buttons out. The buttons break out. There's animation problems. This is a little chuggy. Like even just animating this. Seems like there's a little stutter. Just even this like simple little piano roll. Is not as smooth as it should be, for sure. Okay, let's just try quickly. We're about done for the day, but let's just do a dev build. And let's auto-connect the profiler. And maybe we can just quickly get a sense of what's not doing so hot. I mean, under the hood, iTween is just animating by a delta every frame. It's not doing anything differently. So, if anything, the direct thing we're doing you think would be faster? So we got a nice solid 60, and then we go into roll. Wow. What is this? That says it's in the scripts. That says it's not rendering. Ooh. Okay, we could have a real problem with my strategy. That is a lot. That is a lot of garbage allocated. Every frame? So we're garbage collecting constantly. So that is certainly part of our problem. Also, this is crazy. Oh boy. You know what, I really should have profiled this before switching to all the vector stuff, because now I'm worried that it's... That's ridiculous. Do it in the update loop, I think. I don't think I'm doing that in a weird place. Okay, so I could tell you how this works, how the Unity canvas normally does this stuff. With the SVG renderer, I can't tell you. So I don't exactly know. Like if we went to roll, what would be smart is if they just had like Geo kind of all batched together, and then what's your problem? Okay, yeah, this is fine. 7 batches, 7 set pass calls. That could probably be lower. We'd have to look and see why that is. But that is not offensive. What may be offensive though is like if if it's I don't, who knows, like if it's doing some insane thing because I'm animating this to rebuild, because it'd be all this, and it could be that there's a way that I just need to like flag it, like, because we're just doing this in the update loop, right? And we're animating current positions instead of the anchor offset, so like I don't know. You could maybe imagine some kind of problem there. So, but I really don't know anything about how the SVG sprites work. Like, obviously on here, the CPU load is way less, but wait, what's your problem? That's weird. In the editor loop? Anyway. I mean, that's the editor. Why can't... Where's... Oh, play mode. Sorry. I don't know that I realized you could do that. That's weird. Okay. I'm not deleting them and spawning them. I'm moving them. They are just animating. Nothing's getting instantiated. They're just getting moved to somewhere they should be relative on the metronome. So there's nothing offensive here, except unless there's like some optimization with Canvas. If it's like, oh, I'm actually, because I'm setting the local position instead of the anchor position, you know, you could maybe imagine some issue there. So player loop. So there's like no garbage collection allocated here. Okay, well, but that's not a real test, right? We should do it. Maybe it's because maybe it is a weird thing where it's, this would be weird, but I guess I could imagine this, that because of the way we're like doing our embedded canvas thing, that for some reason this causes an insane. I mean, that's not a crazy number of triangles. That's not a lot of set pass calls. The batches are changing as those kind of like roll to the top and then down to the bottom. The frame rate is weirdly slow though. So yeah, look at that. It's in... Weird. So kind of seems like... Okay, so that's good news-ish, right? Because it really just means... That's crazy. So it kind of seems like that's a bug, but I bet if we did this, what? If we did what? Like I kind of bet if we did this. I think it's just something about the way our like homepage embedded trick. Shoot, I forgot I was running. I think I would be better about that by now. So I bet if we just do this and have it directly in here and don't do our weird stuff, and say scale with screen size 2048, 2048. Let's see, maybe I'm wrong, but I think this will not be offensive. That's still like a weirdly low frame rate. Five milliseconds. It's a millisecond. 7 milliseconds. It still seems like kind of a long time. However, now if we go to analysis, profiler. Yeah, quite a change. So we have no like crazy garbage collection. So weirdly, it's just something about, I don't know. Let's make this a screen space camera and drop in the camera. Let's actually stop it. So it's, anyway, it seems like a solvable problem without doing anything drastic. Yeah, weird. I don't know what to think about that, because it's not actually, when I unpaused it, it got worse. Oh no, it didn't. It got faster. We're running at 10,000 frames per second, and it just scaled up. So this is not true, actually. I think this is because we have VSync on. It doesn't make sense because this is not a 120 hertz monitor. But actually, if we went here and did edit, project settings, quality, VSync, don't sync. What if you need to change something about how these work? Because like over here, the code's running at 1,000 frames per second, 10,000 frames per second. So it's not a problem. No, I don't think it is the camera. It could be, so what, like, it could be something real dumb. Like, real dumb. Like this order and layer, like, you know, some bug or something, because I set this up originally on a version of Unity years ago. So it could just be like, there's some stupid bug. Because the only thing that we're doing actually differently is 2160 by 2160 is kind of the only thing we're doing, except we want this to be centered and we want it to be the size we want it to be. Oh, well, there's one actually other very important thing we're doing, which could be a problem. Okay, so let's just be clear about this. We're doing this scale with screen size. So actually, I have another idea of what it could be, which would maybe make sense. Two things, in fact. So one of them, I'm confused why this doesn't make much sense to me. Because I expressly said I want you to be this size. Okay, anyway, let's add a, we probably have to do a, no. Why are you not being cool? Because you're just a canvas. You're just positioned in a canvas. Let's make one more layer. So it could also be, and this would maybe make sense as being something heavy, but not, it should not be nearly as heavy as it is appearing to be, is the masking that we're doing. That is like, you could kind of say like, okay, why? Well, now this doesn't make any sense to me. Because this guy, oh gosh, I'm in play mode. Good grief. Okay, there we go. So, and if we said you were actually 2160, I need to do the change play mode color on this computer. It usually doesn't bother me that much actually, but yeah, I know I should add the color thing. It usually doesn't bother me that much. I usually don't run into it that much, but like Sometimes when I'm just in tweaky mode, it can become a problem. Okay, so let's try this. And I predict that this will be okay. No garbage. That's good. But now let's add this, which this would be really dumb if this has that, like, causes that much damage, but yes. Okay, no, it did add some overhead, but that's not where the garbage collection is coming from. So just to be clear, there's no we have no garbage at the moment. But if I turn off this guy, and then I turn on this guy, and then we do roll here, yeah, look at that. And we suddenly have, you know, every 3 frames we're allocating a meg. So something's just wildly bad about this canvas. But the good news is it seems to not be in the scenes, right? Like the scenes actually seem not bad. It is a little annoying. It does look like there is a not insubstantial amount of overhead for the masking. Wait, that was the wrong thing. Mask. I mean, maybe not. Maybe it's not really that bad. Oops. Let me scale this. Okay. I just wanted to see the stats window. Unity. Buddy. Old pal. Stats. Thank you. That's all I wanted. Okay. So our, like, takes 3 milliseconds to draw this. Causes a spike when you toggle it, but it's actually not bad. So I don't know what's going on with this canvas. Unless it was something weird about the sorting layer. We're both screen space canvases. There is something different about it, actually. Oh, is it the pixel perfect setting? Ah. Well. So this this checkbox is the terrible performance checkbox. So let's not check that checkbox. Uncheck. I think you can be 0 because I don't think it matters. Okay, let's try one more build, and then I think we're going to be done for the day. It looks pretty nice. It's just that the UI stuff is too small. And so maybe we can't really get away with that, like, little inset thing because the UI is so tiny. At least on some of them. Okay, profiler. Nice. Nice 60 frames per second. Let's go to drop. Let's drop some droppies. the instantiation of those bursts. It's either the bursts instantiating or the... it's probably the bursts instantiating. Which I shouldn't do. Or they should be pooled at least, so that we're not instantiating stuff all the time. I mean, we're instantiating a lot, actually, now that I think about it. We're instantiating the little droplet guys. We're instantiating all of the little burst particles for 2 rings, so that's 32 of them. So like a hit there is not surprising. If we look at these, I'm guessing that's what those are. Yeah, because if you look here, we go from like, there's a 250k GC Alec. And weirdly, it is in the canvas. So it's actually, that'd be interesting to see. Is it on the... let's just do 1 to start with. So creating 1 is not that big of a hit. Creating 1 is this hit right here. This is... but a lot is happening here. Like the thing's getting destroyed. We're allocating all those dudes, which is not good. And we are... yeah, we need to build, I guess, some kind of pooling setup. But okay, that's not the worst. That's not hard to do. For roll has a lot more continual overhead, I guess because it's continually updating, but that's always the same. So... now, one thing that may be happening here, I don't actually know. Like, we have a fair amount of garbage collection through here. I don't know whose fault that is. I don't know if it's like, do we always have that? Like, I don't know if we get a little garbage collection when we do this, like, this move thing. So maybe we shouldn't move things. We should just, like, animate up and then reset down. That'd be kind of annoying. That's very minor, though. It's not that big of a deal. So that one doesn't look too bad. This guy should be almost nothing. Yeah. Very little going on. This guy... we do instantiate stuff as we go, which we could have some kind of pooling instead. A little bit annoying, but like not surprising for mobile. Gets a little gross with a lot of stuff going on. Like, what are all these spikes? I might be doing something bad. I might be like instantiating a... that's a lot of garbage collection all the time. Why? Why? Like, just constantly. Could be about something about how we're moving those playheads or something. Like, I don't know. Like, part of me is saying, has just had the thought, like, I shouldn't have done any of this stuff in Canvas. Like, Canvas was not the right idea for any of this, is what my mind just said to me. And maybe that's true. So, just as we idle, it's all good. Look, there's weird rogue allocations that I don't understand. Now if I draw one line, We have allocations all the time. So we have to look about how, maybe it's because of the way we're animating, or I don't know. Maybe it's just truly a bad idea to be animating. That'd be a little annoying. If the thing I'm about to say is true, it'd be annoying. That, like, we just shouldn't be using Canvas for this stuff, and animating a canvas is a bad idea, and, you know, it's probably the case. But let's ignore that for a minute. Gate. This also does not have to be like peak performance either, you know, it's not. This is definitely not a critical thing. We don't have to like stress out about insanely high performance before shipping. So there's going to be allocations here for our little dudes. I don't know why I don't have the little dudes interpolate, but that seems okay. Ring seems very smooth. It does allocate new little projectiles all the time, actually. Like all these instantiations probably should probably have no instantiations. Probably pool them and then like grab from a pool and put them back. But even with all the instantiations, it's not bad. It's like we're still maintaining 60. So looks like our some of our drag calculation is wrong on this, very wrong. And then this guy, should be no allocations on this guy, right? There seems to be a fair amount of overhead to updating canvases that is not great. Like maybe if hopefully there's some simple fix for that, like a way to just say like, hey, don't, like, you don't need to worry about it. We're just updating a layout, or like avoid updating the overall layout just when we change something minor. There may be ways to do that. This phone goes to sleep really fast. But overall, I think this functions well, and I think it looks pretty nice. The buttons are just too small. Like, every button needs to be basically twice the size that it is. There's generally room for that, I think. But yeah, there's generally room for that. Not always room for that, but generally looks like there's room for that. Some stuff is just too tiny. Okay. Swipeable buttons. Why would I have swipeable buttons? Buttons are for pressing, not swiping. What do you mean? You don't have to scroll anything. Everything fits. They're just tiny. UI elements are just small, too small. There's no scrolling. I don't want to scroll. I mean, there's no text except for the labels on the buttons. That's a question, like whether I want to add like a little help dude that pops up and tells you how things work. I might want that, but there's no text. These are all designed to be square, self-contained interfaces that are loaded into a secondary larger interface. No, I don't want... I want it to always be a square. there's room to scale up the buttons in most cases. So I'm not too worried about that. Maybe a couple of them, we'd think about it. We'd worry about it a little bit. But in general, like the buttons going up to even double size in some cases would not be a big deal. At least like 50% larger would not be a super big deal. But in some of the interfaces, that would be bad. So then that really does, I mean, that gets to be a little more like, do I want the buttons to not be part of the visual interface? And I don't know about that. My gut reaction is that is wrong to take them out, and I do want them in there, but I'm not fully decided. We have quite a bit of flexibility on all of them, really. Gate is very dense, but Gate could work at, it could do basically the same thing at a lower density, and it would not be that big of a deal. There would just be a little less room for chaos in it, but it could be much smaller. But overall, everybody's got a lot of room. The biggest question as far as the sizing is just that I like the look of the, you're killing me. Okay. I don't like that I can't make the profiler smaller than that. I have this inset here, which is just, you know, scaling down by a certain percentage. And the question is if it's worth it to do that, because it costs us space. And if we didn't do that and it was just like a viewport that fit in there, then we'd have the full width. It's not that much smaller, but it's enough smaller that like you got to consider it, you know? It may just not be worth it. And I'm okay with that. Like if we just look at it and it's not worth it, it's not worth it. Or you do that on, I don't know. I was about to say you do that on like giant fat phones or on tablets and stuff, but I don't think I want to put in the logic. Like this is not, I don't think this is going to be a big moneymaker or big project that it gets really popular or whatever. You know, I think this is a little bit of a labor of love that I just want to finish up. And so, there's just, you know, it's nothing special. I don't think it's anything worth spending more months on. Mainly, I just wanted to make some audio experiments and make some videos from them. And then this is just releasing the thing. And it's just to like have a thing exist in the world because that feels good. And then if somebody cares, they can care about it. It'll be fine. But I do want it to be functional, and you know, functional from the CodeWorks standpoint, but also from a UI UX standpoint. And right now, stuff is just a little too small to say that it's good UX. Once it's on that screen, like, you know, because we're basically what, like this big. That's not right. It's more like, how big is this? How big is this screen? The screen's basically that big. What is in my hand is that big. And the text is fine because the text is sharp because it's a high density screen. But the size of some of these buttons is like, you know, it's like the close button on an ad. It's almost impossibly small. So those need to come up. But just looking at this, you can see like, oh, we have plenty of room if we just use it. Clicking these, I think this is more forgiving than it looks because I think actually you can you have some space to click around them. And if not, that's easy enough to add. So the question is, alternatively, we pull those buttons down here. And when you swap experiences, the buttons just fill here and you have all the room in the world. I don't know. The thing that feels weird about that is some of these they're just designed to be like, no, you touch the thing. You touch the guy here, and that's just how it works. That would give us more room on the screen. It would be a little bit of a shame here just because I think this one looks cool when the UI switches around. This one would be fine to pull those out. This would be fine to pull them out. There's none here anyway, unless it's like a clear or reset. So like, hey boy, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know if I'd hide them because, well, it's tricky because in some of the buttons are like truly optional and you can just play with the thing without the buttons. But in some cases, if you don't hit a button, nothing happens. So I don't think I mean, I've got plenty of room down here to add a few buttons. That definitely means we have more work to do because now we're suddenly designing interfaces to complement this interface, and that's maybe fine, you know? Like maybe that's not a big deal. Like at this moment, I'm kind of leaning towards that. Like actually seeing how small those buttons are, they're real small on the screen. And the nicest thing about putting them down here is you can have labels on them, and then I don't have to care as much about how insanely ambiguous they are, because right now they're quite weird. Like, what is the icon for synchronize orbits? What is the proper icon for randomize orbits? Like, those things can just be weird, and they can be kind of down here. The issue is still, some of them, like this one, still wouldn't do anything unless you clicked up here. But there could be a little line of instructions also. So we certainly have plenty of room to do it. That's probably the right thing to do, even though saying that means like we've got work to do that I don't really want to do. Because that's like design work and UX work and whatever. That will probably take more than a week. But maybe it won't. Maybe it will take just the right amount of time. Maybe. Although I already have like a grid box kind of icon for the steps of the step sequences, but I don't know. I mean, those are all questions that would take time. Like there is established iconography for randomize. I just don't like it because it's usually like dice or something like that, or it's like this, but that means more like a shuffle, which is different in this context. But maybe that's the closest thing we'd want to do. What is that site called? Noun Project? Like I'm guessing, yeah, lots of things that are sort of shuffly, but that's not exactly right. I mean, this is kind of like dice rolled. I'm actually surprised to not see more dice here. You're thinking this kind of thing? Yeah, I don't know that I would look at that and think that that would do the thing that these randomized buttons do. But if we have labels, it matters less, right? Like it's less important. I mean, just looking at this, it seems like the world has sort of settled on shuffle. There's some grids. It's funny because I feel like when I looked at this a few years ago, it seemed like dice. Or maybe I was just looking at some music software that had like randomizes and they used dice, but like the problem here is like our randomization is along different axes. It's not always along time. These imply randomization over time, and that's kind of not always what we do. Yeah, there's some dice popping up. Some nice polka dots. Maybe, but that looks like deliberately randomized scale. We're not necessarily randomizing scale. So, I mean, we would just have to look at what our randomizations mean, really. And in some cases, those crossed arrows could be fine. You could even have a random button here that would just spawn a bunch of random guys. Random sizes, built from random tracks. So you could, in essence, you could say you always have a randomize. This one's weird because it has two of them, but it also just means maybe some of them don't matter. Like, one randomize is probably fine. We probably don't need two different flavors randomized there. this has two kinds of randomize, but I don't think they really, I don't think it's clear what they really mean. So that would be nice. Like, that sounds, if all of them had basically, you know, all of them could play and stop and randomize, and then we had a consistent UI for that, and then anybody that needed something special could get something special. Like this guy needs some special stuff. This guy needs the ability to change the tempo per setting. But that's okay. You have 2 buttons for that down here. This guy's kind of the hardest in that regard, because this one's very different, because you're always drawing with sort of like a brush, and you don't really know what brush you're on. But we can figure that out. I think I won't miss the UI anywhere except for here. Only because I think it's cool when it does this. But maybe it doesn't matter as much as I think it does. Because one side would still do it. It's just both sides wouldn't. And I don't think it's worth, you know, compromising the whole jam across the board just to make this one fancy thing work in one place. I don't think. I do like the idea of them being self-contained. I do actually like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I got to think about it a little bit. The polka dots for the Orbity guy? I don't know. Anyway, then we made some good progress today. I'm glad we found the button called the bad performance button that, when checked, ruined the performance, so we just unchecked it. Still definitely some problems. Yeah, we still have some refactoring to do and stuff, but I think if we decide to do that big UI overhaul, we'll do it all at the same time. Prop overhaul to be fully canvas based. Performance. I'll let the AI linter just rewrite all my code. Maybe not a bad idea. Oh, the device simulator. That thing's pretty cool. Kind of like it. What is this? Wait, I don't need that right now. Okay, well, that was not terrible progress. 4 hours, 4.5 hours. We have like almost, you know, it's a thing that you can run and it functions and it does something, which is probably better than a substantial portion of apps on the Google Play Store. So that's a real triumph, even if the buttons are too small to even click them. But we just need to, how do we want to do this now? Makes things a little bit annoying, actually. I guess it's not that big of a deal because we can always talk to, yeah, we'll have to think about this. I have to think about it because we always have a manager with the main classes, I think, anyway. And so we can tidy that up and then we can just make buttons that talk to that same class in the same way that the existing buttons do. And it's not a big deal because it's just a prefab. It's not across scenes or anything. Okie dokie. Life is yours. Thanks for hanging out. As always, you're the best AI linter probably ever. So I made it through a whole day with Vim mode. All identical buttons. I think the buttons have to swap out somewhat because there's a different functionality for different things, but we'll see. Some things will be consistent for sure. Okay, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Have a lovely day. Maybe I'll stream some more Loop Hero this weekend. Possibly. Maybe. Bye.